I think everything is set up properly. Welcome in. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday. Cybersect, you are the first again. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Same questions as usual. We have some good news for the people that care. I don't really, but you know, uh, for me, I don't. People care. I have some other news that are like debatable. We'll see if it works. It's gonna be a small change. The thing that I was talking about on Wednesday is probably gonna need to happen, which is going to take a lot more time than expected. Stony will go on in. I mean, have fun sleeping. I don't know. I don't know. Larkim, hi. You both are here at the same time. It's crazy. It is crazy. And some people are already dropping. It is crazy. And you're gonna land, I think. I think you, yeah. Or you're gonna miss the target by a hair. No, you did land. God damn it. Congrats. It's a landing target. I dropped too fast. I dropped too fast. That's what happened. That is what happened. It was a lazy drop indeed. It was a lazy drop, but it worked. It dropped and it landed. We have some potentially good news. I didn't touch the Mom UI kit just yet. I had a lot of chat on my phone with like DeepSeek and Kimi directly instead of uh, using Claude because it seems to be a bit more complex. But um, yeah, it has a ton of things that are in need of work. So, you know, it's gonna take a bit longer than expected, but I have it open just in case. The main issue that I have, and I kind of mentioned that last time, is the fact that the thing that I'm selling officially, I'm selling something, are components and styling and icons. Like the icons are in there. We have fail safes in there. So anything that is in the line icon is available and you can select them and then load them if you wanted to. Like this makes sense, but as soon as you go into the Duo shop and so on, and in the docs, we have a bit of an issue because obviously this is a website, meaning that the entirety of the content has been, rendered. I just noticed that this thing died for 1 second. My bad. Um, and I guess today is going to be one of these days where things are going to break very often because having a break at this moment is crazy. Nonetheless, um, what I was saying is that the icons are rendered as PNGs. You probably missed that part. And in the docs, in the components, because this is still a website that is rendered by the browser, while you can 100% get in and find things. So if for some reason you wanted to get your mom button, you have direct access to the CSS. So I'm basically technically selling the CSS. And it's not great. It's not great. It needs to be fixed in a way. So I need a way for me to, or for you to not have access to this by default. Otherwise, it's just like the payment system makes absolutely no sense, and the gatekeeping makes no sense. So I don't really know what I can do just yet. I have a feeling that it's gonna be something similar to Tailwind CSS components, if we still have them. I don't think we do, because most of them are in Plus. But in the Plus section, you have the UI blocks that are, some of them are free, some of them are not free. And what they are doing here is that you are 100% like rendering the code itself, but then anything else that is not supposed to be accessed is behind some sort of a paywall. And I don't know if they have this just as an image and not like the code, where apparently it looks like it's the code. So I don't know how that's done, and I need to figure that out. Also, yes, the breaking was on my end. It seems today is going to be a breaking day. It happens. There are days like this. I can't really do anything about it. The downstairs construction is at the end. They are 1 month late compared to their official timeline. And yeah, they are still working. So, you know, it happens. It happens. It's fine though. It's fine. So yes, I don't know exactly how I can do that, how I can obfuscate, as the word is. Feels, welcome on in. How are you? The CSS from the user point of view, the only option is to potentially render that as um, a, a minified CSS that is a jumble mess of things. But yeah, uh, you are the third person that drops very slow today. I'm not gonna lie. I landed extremely slow as well. Someone landed, which is crazy. But yeah, most of us are just like not landing. This is not a landing day, I guess. But it happens. Nonetheless, um, you can give me access for research purpose. What do you mean you can give me access? Access to what? But yes, that's the thing that I'm currently working on. Oh no, I that's the thing. I don't want to get access. I want to see how clean it is without the access. That's the most important part. That could have been a landing drop, Larkin. It could have been. Could have been. Um, but yeah, no, I wanna see how they obfuscate the thing, and if it is feasible. I don't, as I said on Wednesday, I don't know if it's a good idea to do server-side rendering for the components. I don't know if that's an option. That's what I was talking about on Wednesday, but because I didn't check with Claude, I don't know if that's an option, and I don't want to use Claude because tokens not available, all that. Um, but yeah, that's a teeny tiny amount of changes and things that needs to happen. Um, and we'll see. We'll see. But it's gonna be for next week. Next week, not next week. In 2 weeks, when my limit is resetting, that's gonna be when I'm gonna be able to check. That's for later. So in the meantime, this is gonna wait just a smidge. It's gonna wait a week and a half. And in that meantime, I could potentially either, maybe, I don't know, think about the stuff that needs to happen inside of the Figma file itself, because it might be a good thing. We have a bit of a build.js things that is supposed to minify the CSS in a way that is kind of obfuscating, not really, but kind of. And the goal for this is to ensure that we have something that is safe. But then again, if I can't render things, you burn through the weekly twice. Congrats. That is impressive. I don't know how you did it twice, but if it worked, if you made progress on what you were building, then that's good. You know, like no issue in burning through things. But we do have access to something that is pretty interesting. I kind of want to wait to have a bit more viewers, maybe a bit later, like in about 20 minutes ish, to talk about it. We have access to Figma new in file um, AI stuff. So we need to check if it's good, if it's not good, if it's, you know, bad. It's probably bad. But we have access to this, which you can't see right here because they can't figure out how to place stuff. So basically we have these new things on the side of your Figma file now, which is taking a lot of space for no fucking reason. You have the Figma account, you have the file itself, the AI stuff, and then the assets are going to be there. So the entirety of the thing that you were used to, meaning the files with the layers and so on, is here, and the assets where you have all of your components and all of the things are going to be there, which is so weird that they changed that, and then we do have access to the agent chat. So as always, we're going to do the exact same thing as usual, going through the generation of streaming platform landing page or main home page, like with the content and so on, and then creating the detail page and see if this thing is going to be able to create a prototype, create variables, and so on. This is going to be in a new file, not in there for obvious reasons. If it works, it's going to be interesting because this is the first iteration of Figma in file agent AI stuff, which I am not very hopeful for. I think it's not going to be the best, but we never know until we try. We don't know. And you say they resetted the limit for everyone. That's crazy. I know that Cursor resetted the limits for Composer too, but because I'm already at 0, it resetted. It divided by 2 the usage, and therefore 0 divided by 0 was just yeah, no, not an option. Not an option. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do when we can do something. It's not gonna be right now. On the other end of other things that I've seen that we haven't talked about, there has been some very, very impressive CSS and kind of physics in HTML and Canva that is coming back. This is something that we used to have in 2013, 2010, that were really, really good, and no one really used them or no one remember them. But that is coming back, and the physics is better than it used to be. The rendering is pretty nice. As always, this is the most useless thing that that person could have created, because there is only two types of people that are resizing windows, and this is designers and devs. That's it. And even us, designers and you devs, you don't resize your windows most of the times. You have them, and then if you need to see the mobile version of the thing that you're building, you're gonna resize a window, or use the inspector slash console to get the mobile version. But if that's not, like, if it's not needed, you're just gonna use the window at the size that you have it at, and then be good with it. So it's cool. It's a cool concept. It's a cool idea, but it's kind of absolutely useless. And yeah, just need to talk about it because it's important to remind everyone that this is not a necessary thing. Like, it's cool, but it's not gonna work. If it works with like mouse jiggle, then we good. But if it's on window resizing, that is not gonna work. For those of you who are working in Blender, which is not necessarily something that is in this channel most of the times, but this is kind of new. There is a new shader slash material slash understanding within the latest version of Blender of 5.2, which is the thin wall shader features. And that gives us the transparency. So before that, we used to need to implement something in the BSD that was the subsurface scattering for the light to go through, and then have the object itself impacts with itself and in the node and so on. This is like a lot of work to achieve something that is realistic. And now, because this is a new shader options, you have the ability to say that this is a thin wall element. So basically, the skin of your hands in between your fingers is going to be getting some of that subsurface scattering, because that's what it is. But for receipt, because it's always the same thickness all around, if you enable thin wall, you have something that is transparent-ish. And that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. So, we like this. We like this. It's a good idea. It's a good addition. There is a full video about it right there, but it is something that is worth mentioning and checking out. So, we talk about it. That's new. In case of curiosity, where it stands right now. You have navigations. And to select, escape to go back. Navigation is basic. Interesting. It is slow as fuck, but also it makes sense. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. There is probably some text here under the invincible, because that dot 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 underneath feels kind of weird. It looks like the top of some text. So that might be cropped, but that's pretty cool. And if I'm here and I go back, we have things navigates properly. Like, there is no questions about it. This is pretty cool. Though, um, though, space does the enter part, which is good. Enter does the enter part, and enter on the, or equal on the numpad is doing the enter, so that's good. That is good. You said something about mobile, and I'm like, this is probably not gonna be the mobile version, because we are currently seeing the desktop rendering, so I'm expecting this to not work. Cool, that was the plan. I think I don't know. I think there are some movies that are gonna have a very cool concept and idea here, and mobile version is gonna be kind of complicated. But at the end of the day, again, when you're watching a movie on mobile, you're probably on landscape mode already, which means that it's gonna be fine. The fact that it works with your pointer as well, this is really neat, and it is close to the original, which is good. But most importantly, at least for me, it's just, it does the job when you have the content. So when you rip your own disc, your Blu-rays and things, you end up with the extras, the scenes, the settings. Not that the settings make sense for you specifically, I feel like this is something that, might not have any fucking impact on the movies that you're about to watch because, well, these settings are going to be within the player once I press play. So if I press play, I get the movie itself and so on. It's it's going to be in there. So my settings for everything are probably going to be there. So that's the thing that I'm like, yeah. Is it necessary to have settings? No. Is it going to do something? Probably not. Is it there because it was there in the original disc? Yeah. And therefore, is it fine? Yeah, it is. So that's the thing. Again, I don't think the mobile version makes any sense. Um, for the same reason that I said earlier, because we are watching movies on landscape instead of anything else. And then the other thing is just how do you rip the entirety of the disk and ensure that these things are in the rip? That's more of a different question than the design of the menu itself. I feel like the menu is good enough, but for the layman that is not really good. uh, like how does it work? The video that you shared earlier, by the way, uh, didn't give me any information. No, nothing that we didn't already know from your experience and the research, the thing that I've done earlier. So people are using Jellyfin as a default because there is nothing else, basically, which is really interesting from that point of view as well. So that means that because you are coming in as a replacement and an option that is better, you will have a better output. The only thing that needs to happen is the marketing and the presentation and ensuring that people understand that this thing is like better than Jellyfin. And the only point that I have in my head that stood out during that whole video is the naming system, where they have a strict regex on Jellyfin and sometimes it breaks. So as soon as you figure that out, like if your naming convention can be as wild as possible, and if it's like sorted in folders, if it's sorted in the name of the file, if it's sorted in something else, if the name of the file is not season episode but episode season, like the thing can understand that, and that could be pretty good. But yeah. um no, I don't want to take a look at the No Mercy disk format. I want to know how it's ensuring that it gets the extras and the scenes and the things from the rip. Like technically speaking, not why it's in there. Nonetheless, in terms of good news, because this is going to be here. I think this is something that Larkham is going to be okay with, if you're still lurking. Yesterday we had the cardiologist appointments as expected, and guess what? Everything is fine as expected. She said that the inflammation that I had is gone, and that the tension was nice. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I still have some pain here and there, but most of the days it's just like it's fine. So this is something that is interesting and pretty good for some people. Um, and yeah, that is one of the good news. If you're someone that cares, I don't. I don't really care. But Chris forgot it. But yeah, it is one of the good news. I still have to take this shit on a daily basis, and apparently this is going to be something that is for life. So that's the thing. I had my prescription renewed, and these teeny tiny are boxes of um, you know, um, 30 pills, and I don't know if I'm making a mistake or not. I don't really care. But every time that I'm getting my prescription, I'm getting three of these boxes, and I'm just combining everything into one because it's just like I don't need to have three boxes. I just need one box with everything in it. So, you know, that's the thing. Anyways, if you have some knowledge about this and you tell me that it's bad, I will get the boxes, the empty boxes back and then refill them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it changes anything, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, that is the good news. That was the good news. That's the only news that we have that is pretty good. The rest is debatable. Still missing one key features of No Mercy Media Server. It is also an organizer. It takes ownership of your media and renames and moves files and follow your set rules for each library. Yeah, no, I know. I I'm not necessarily missing a piece. I'm commenting on the video that you sent me, where the guy said that Jellyfin has some issues with the naming convention thingy, and that means that if, or sorry, the naming convention understanding when scraping the folders that is defined as the media source. That's what is set into uh, the video. And so if even if you have like a renaming and an organization and it takes ownership of the library for you and it figure out that okay, so this is season 2 episode 3, that makes sense because of the naming, and you are going to place that into the server, rename it so that it makes sense because you have your naming convention internally. The scraping and understanding of what the user already has in existing folders and matching uh, properly with the data that you have, I think you have done a very good job, meaning that you have a positive features compared to the Jellyfin one. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, which is pretty good. Which is pretty good. Um, yeah, no, I mean, it's not necessarily and if it works or if it not works in terms of having everything in one file or one thing is I don't really know if the conditioning of the boxes makes a difference. Like that's the question that I have about the meds because the med cap is containing some uh anti-moisture shit in there, which makes absolutely no sense because I'm not getting in there with like moist hands. I'm trying not to. But maybe there is something with the amount of pills that are in there, which usually is like almost nothing. Um, and the air inside, and if it's like too much pills to air ratio, there is something that happens to the meds. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. But yeah, you've done a good job on that, which is good. And then the other thing that they had said uh, was the thing that I said in the beginning, which is just they are using Jellyfin because Plex has become too greedy and trying to not let you own things So you are impatient on the package. I get that. I get that, Phil. I am the same. I am the same. You've seen that last week. Uh, so it's it's using Jellyfin by default, not not using Jellyfin because it's good. So you have a very a high potential of success if people feels like it's good. Um, and they were mentioning something like whole fin. That I think, yeah, and saying that this was really good in terms of the experience for the TV. That's what was in the video. I have not checked any of it. I just like remember what was said because I watched the video a second ago. But visually speaking, it looks similar to what we have made. um, Hidden his clients that you have to scavenge yourself instead of them providing you the best experience. When you say hit and miss clients, you mean basically having this one instead of the default one, and uh, their issue with like plugins and so on. Yeah, eh, I don't I don't necessarily care uh, about that point of view. I think in a way, Jellyfin is the core usage of the organization library, and then it doesn't really have uh, an app other than the web version of the app. And then if you want like a more dedicated service and client, you end up with whatever is available. And so everyone is doing things that are a bit different, a bit better. Like, oh, I thought that this was a better option and this was a better option and so on. And so it's, again, as you said, it's a hit and miss. Hit and miss. Goddamn. Because you never know what you're going to have. This one seems to come on top based on that video specifically. But um, if you don't know about this, if you have never heard of it, you may end up with not having the ability to figure out like the best option for you and for the thing that you're trying to do. So I get that. I think, again, by the simple fact that you would be providing the um, yeah, you would be providing the brain of the organization plus the clients plus the web version plus the mobile version, but the client being the all of that. It's a bit of a unified experience, but very, very important. It needs to be as flawless as possible for any users, and you have a good you have a good starting point. I don't remember if I don't think you're currently running. I'm gonna say that, yeah. um, I think I think the UI is now dated. It I know, I know, I'm annoying. I would resign the entire thing. I would. Now that we have a base that is better than what we had before, I would 100% just redesign the entire thing to make it like more up to date with the current design trends and the current direction in some things, but that doesn't necessarily align with you. So, um, just walking at a moderate pace. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? um, Also 400, goddamn. Um, I think I could. That's the thing. Again, that is also one of the reasons why I'm saying this is like I have a feeling that if I have access to enough cloud usage, uh, going into the code base in there now, and then I see, I see. That's a joke that flew over my head or walked over my head. I have enough knowledge to potentially just shape things a bit better and direct things here and there. But very much important, I don't know if Claude would have enough understanding of the entirety of the product based off the complexity of everything that is in there. That's the first thing. And then I don't know if the current setup is what would work in my head. I think yes, but I'm not sure. The thing that I have in my head is like component based design, meaning that this element right here is a single component that is reused 16,000 times, and that I can just go in and edit once and then be done. Like again, the thing that I'm seeing, because you know me now, but what the fuck are these double corner radius things? You know, that's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to be there. I think I thought we fixed that a long time ago. So, you know, shit like this is the type of thing that I would probably change, edit, and then make some adjustments. I feel like the detail page is really good. We have something that works. The potential thing that some people might not find intuitive is the play button not being as visible as it needs to be, because that's the main action. So that's something that might, like just needs to be in the solid primary buttons, and all being like more in the center and visible right there. But that's a small details. Yeah, that's good. That's good then. And then the rest is fine. I do feel like the detail page is good enough in 90% of the design itself is pretty okay. There are some teeny tiny details that I'm like, why? Why do we bother? Like, why is that the case? Um, I would introduce things that might not be the easiest to implement. In terms of, I just know Claude is able to do the things in question. And for example, here, the distance we have in between the last letter of the longest title and the edge might not be necessary. Like we could have, on a case by case, language by language basis, a system that says, oh, we have like only 24, 32 pixels after the last letter of space, and every other child is going to be the same width as the biggest children in that stack. And that means that it would end up somewhere around here. and we would gain like 50 to 60 pixels of width just for the sake of having it. Um, but just it's details. It's details like this that may make a difference, be a difference here and there. For some things, I would nowadays, I would probably. Do I have it open? I don't have it open. That's 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 wild. I don't know why this is happening right now. Um, I see. You have another conversation on the other side. Do we have it? Yes, we do. This one, for example, I would probably just expand it. And this specific thing would probably get somehow a container that has the right sizes and the right thing, but its content would probably um, be there. Like I would potentially just do that just for the sake of the whatever that is. Can you just work, please? Thank you. Um, so making the header hero section like kind of full width instead of not full width. And obviously this is not working. This is not supposed to do this. Ah. Yeah, this is supposed to be left and right, not. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do know. This is a bad idea. Um, but yeah, like there are some things that I would potentially change in the design to make it like more aligned with current design trends, current understanding of things for most people. And as I mentioned, it's probably going to be somewhere along the line of more radius for things because it's just easier. Some more spacing in between elements here and there, just because why not? Some simpler, thinner outputs of borders, border radius, and so on. Like for example, these buttons right about, I clicked on the wrong thing, right about here. That button right there is supposed to have corner radius. I should just get in the habit of searching. That's just a that's just a me thing. Um, but if this was a 12 in corner radius, it would make a lot more sense for the current type of design that we have. If it was at 32, this makes a lot more sense for many people. And, like, that's kind of the idea where you end up with something that is just better aligned with your goals, with your outputs. I think 16 is going to be good on this. Maybe we could even get a 12 on this just for the alignments. So 12, 16 instead of the 14 change that you had a second ago. It's small amount of teeny tiny changes. I know that you don't like this, which is also one of the reasons why I'm not pushing for this. I mean, I am, but I'm not. but I am, because it makes a lot more sense for current trends, current design, current things, and it might just be like a more appreciated, easier to navigate in the future type of situation. I also see some things that you will have if you have blown your limit today. You can do that by hand, like the old days. There are some teeny tiny change that needs to happen in order for this to be clean. One of them is right here. Um, if this thing can just scroll. These three icons, this one is gray and these other two are white. This makes no sense. Alignment wise, visually wise, this makes no sense. And it looks like, and I might be wrong, which is would be interesting, but it looks like the search icon is bigger in width than the other two. We are technically 5 points for this, and this one is 4. Yes, so you probably have the 1.5 icons here, and you have the icon for the search at 2. If it's the same package, which is such a weird thing to happen, but that might just be it. That might just be it. I'm gonna check that. Yeah, these are the 0.5. That's for sure. Did I call that chat bubble or did I call that? I did. I did. What's the name of this thing? You know what? Let me just use this one because fuck off. And then here, if I do search, or I may have called it magnifying glass. Yeah, you can see that. It's bigger. It's bigger by not much. So this is probably I'm probably right with the 2. Yeah, it is a 2. So that's such a small detail that you kind of need to fix. um, I see. I see. I see. Created your first game based on Fruit Ninja, but with webcam tracking. I see. Implemented a mouse fallback. I would like to get some feedback before continuing. I tried to build a game suite that is focused on webcam movement games. They think about the design and gameplay, and we'll take a look at that in a second. What do you mean it didn't ring your doorbell? That's such a classic delivery move. I mean, it's a good thing that uh, you saw it happen and you called back with that person, because like didn't I mean, doesn't he has the package with him? Like, wasn't that the point? Wasn't it just a thing where they do a tour with no packages? Um, Sometimes they do that and just drop the fucking papers every time, which I don't understand, but I understand. Um, What do you mean writing them down? Writing the need picks down? Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Um, I don't know. I would love to know what camera it's using because right now we don't know. Also, it has music. God damn it, that's never gonna be a good option. Um, yeah. Okay. So first of all, Chris, right here, for example, I would love to be able to change the webcam because I have my webcam for the stream, but I have my Mac webcam, which looks like shit, but at least I can have, a bit of a thing that I can see if it works or not works. Anyways, it's fine. Is it? It is like this. I see. I see. I see. This is really bad in the sense that I muted the music in the previous thing, and now I still have the the song slash music slash things. Um, so I need everything to be as muted as possible because this is kind of shit. If I mute something, it needs to be muted. That's what I'm gonna say. Uh, like it says muted, it's still giving me some sound, so that needs to change. Other than that, it's fine. Um, this is interesting. I don't. I'm not the biggest fan of these things, mainly because it is something that is just, oh, this is just Fruit Ninja over again, and that's it. No real like interesting new stuff. God damn, that's a lot of bombs. Shit. I do think that right now, because I can't really see the fucking hand tracking that you have in place, I don't have the best experience because I'm using the mouse, which is, it's fine. And obviously, I'm paying attention, kind of, not really, but kind of shit. Um, but overall, with the mouse, it's fine. I would love to check the fucking hand tracking. That would make more sense. And Denny, hi, vad går ni? What Stony just said is absolutely true. The fact that it's running as smooth as native in the browser is very impressive. So that is indeed a win. A win. But like it's I think I didn't understand what needed to happen here. Like, am I still supposed to do things? Like, am I supposed to cut stuff regardless? No. This is weird. This is a weird system. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. Like, I'm losing lives when I'm not doing the thing. So that's And I'm losing lives immediately if I don't cut them. This doesn't work. Nonetheless, you're probably still working on it. Anyways, uh, yeah, but if I'm not cutting the fruit from the recipe, like if I'm cutting something else, I'm losing lives. If I'm cutting the fruit from the recipe, I'm still losing lives as well. Ah, ah. Nonetheless, concept-wise, I don't like it because it's a Fruit Ninja duplicate, and therefore, it's what's the point at this point? Like, what's the point? But also having it in the browser, why not? One of the reasons why I'm like, what's the point, is also the fact that this is Fruit Ninja. It is probably going to be somehow trademarked, copyrighted, unsafe to build and have that. So that's uh, that's a weird system. Um, but why not? I would love to have that, because right now it's using the camera, but I can't see shit because the camera is not the right camera. And like, I don't have the options to just get that as a proper output and a proper selection, so that's really bad. Um, which is fine. But yeah, I don't think I can. Uh, I don't think I can review it plainly without having the hand gestures, because I think this is the main point. You have made the fallback for me to have this system as a fallback. That's what a fallback means. But yeah, the only thing that I'm seeing again is the fact that this is cutting the fruits in the exact same spot every single time. So we are not like missing something and cutting them in different angles like Fruit Ninja used to be. But you know, it's fuck me. Ah. Force of habit on this one. But since, again, because this is the beginning and you're just starting, it makes sense to not have everything. And like, that's a fine details. You will have different cuts later. And if this is just like AI generated for now without any illustration made on your end, then it makes sense. Fuck me. It took the window with it because I'm pressing at the same time. Um, I I'm really intrigued on how it looks with the webcam and with the hand gestures. I would say that's the only thing that I'm like missing here to enjoy, ensure things are working and so on. It is working well. As Tony said, the fact that this is like as fluid as I'm playing with it right now, um, that I'm streaming at the same time, and that we have all of that like working, this is really good. So, you know, ah, wait. I don't know exactly how you have your algorithm of detection um, and so on. But you're saying if I'm opening the site settings specifically, it can have the camera, but I can't change what camera it's using, right? That's the thing. Can't change that. Which is what we care about. Anyways. um Can you do haptics in the browser? Yes. Kenix, hi, welcome in. How are you? I know it was a posture check and not a drinking, but I did the same. More interesting. um so yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to clear the cache and cookies on this thing. This is so slow though. Also, it just gave me a thing as if I was cutting 92% of the fruits and I cut all of them. Is it because I didn't like have them from the beginning bottom of the screen or something else? Right, 94%. That's kind of weird. 94% would imply that I missed some of them. Ah. But if it spawned outside of the viewports, then I would have lost a life, right? Like that's the haha. Sorry. Let me get the last bomb. Cool. Yeah, Stony, that's not the thing that happens. That's the issue. If I clear the cookies, if I clear the cache, and if I reset all permissions right there, and then let's say I'm gonna just force refresh, I'm getting the allow camera, which is what we want. And then here, I'm supposed to get the camera right there. And now it's working. Cool. That took a while. So it's a bit of a weird system. It is delayed. It's a tad delayed by what I'm seeing and where I am. And also I feel like it would be better if it was a bit of a different gesture than just hand gestures, because in that case I can have like multiple hands and do multiple things at the same time. But it's an interesting thing. I don't know why now it worked, but it worked. Meaning that if I have like another person that has another hand and we get something that is not turn-based or not game-based or something, then this might be good. Also, it's a lot of movements for no reason. You can see the delay in between, like obviously this camera and other thing. Let me see if we have the, now that it's working, do we have, we don't. We don't, which is interesting. But that's better. Um, that is better. It's interesting. So delays are in there, and I'm not tracking with the camera, I'm tracking with the mouse officially, or maybe it was working the first time, but it's just like I can't. I mean, it does work, even though the background is not my camera. It still it does the thing. It is very much delayed. That's the issue that I have with it, and also it's a very wide Canva. Uh, you want to see play with the nose? Nope, not gonna happen. This is not a this is not a thing. Otherwise, does it make it fun to have the? Why is it working every time I'm just putting my hands up? Like, is that what needs to happen? Also, I need to be here, and I would need to have the. That's also a thing that might be the reason why it's delayed, in the sense that it's just, while there's so many things, I'm supposed to be directly looking at the camera itself to have the elements, but because my screen is on the side, then it's kind of delayed and weird. But whatever, it's fine. Uh, does it make it fun if we have this? Uh, it makes it interesting. Is it fun? I don't know. I think it will probably. Ali man, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find stream? uh, Thanks a lot for chatting. It is Fruit Ninja things. It's built in the browser, which is interesting. It works with your hands. I don't know how much the the Canva is for the capture of the hands gestures and things. But it's interesting. The the main default that I have right now is the simple fact that I just mentioned of the camera is here and my screen is there. So if I was able-ish to, thanks to props, I appreciate it. If I was able to use my laptop camera, then maybe it would be more aligned and more direct than this one, because this one is being used in the stream at the same time, so it's making sense. The design is fine. The cuts on the fruits could be viable cuts, even if it's not like, if you remember Fruit Ninjas, the angle at which you are coming on the fruits is cutting the fruit at that exact specific line. So right now you only have some cuts that are like in the middle-ish kind of thing. But that's fine. Make sure that the songs are muted if I say that they need to be muted, that the sounds are muted if I say that they need to be muted, and that it doesn't reset if I switch scenes, because goddamn. And then um it's a fun exercise, it's a fun idea. It works. It might work. It might be a cool project and a cool portfolio piece slash um, artifact things to showcase your skills. But other than that, I don't know. Um, and then non-traveler, walk on in. Yes, the title is basically what we're doing right now. um, yeah. Other than that, I think that's the overall thing. And Animum, I don't know how it's built or how it's made. It's Chris project, so I have no clue. I have no clue. I think for a portfolio piece is fine. I think for many people, the design on itself is gonna be okay. It might be too AI generated for the stuff, but it's working. It's working. Like it's a fine enough layout, fine enough things. The speed and play with your mouse is like so much better than the one with the hands. It's much faster, by the way. The bombs are kind of not the best. Ah, shit. God damn, why is it so fast? It's faster than earlier. I had a feeling. I had a feeling this was gonna happen. God damn. God damn. I think that's one of the issue right there. The fact that I'm not click slashing. So I'm not doing click slash and then releasing. I'm always click and never release so that I have like a constant thing, which is what I used to do on Fruit Ninja. And therefore, when you have fruits that are just like coming in direct contact with the mouse where it is, then you're winning something. But because the bombs for some reason are just going your way, then dang. Um, anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It's interesting. So as a concept, why not? There is a need for alignments and things. I would also highly recommend you to not have that name here for uh, low suit avoidant naming. Like, just don't use things that are very common. If that image in the background is close to a video game image presentation thing that exists, avoid that. um, but on its own, it's an interesting concept. It's just like such a duplicate of Fruit Ninja that I'm like, eh. Would it make sense to just have it? I don't know. Is it fine? Yes. So, yeah. Um, well, if you remember, maybe you don't, but if you remember, um, Fruit Ninja in the not in shopping, not in shopping. The design of Fruit Ninja, first of its name, is this. So it's just like the background is wood boards with nothing. So it's a texture. For you, right now, you are placing them on a background that has some sort of depth. And it's like not as good in a way. So like that's the type of difference. Other than that, they just had like this painting things um in the game. So yes, the background can be changed. And then apparently this is also a new version of Super Fruit Ninja, which is like 3D based. But it's interesting. They have combos, they have things where the splashes are more explosive, where the slash of the blade has a bit of a taper to it. So that's another interesting thing that you can put in place. But as a base, as a starting point right now, this is fine. the background change might be the main thing to not make it look like it's AI generated, by using a texture instead, or using some game assets that are like free game assets that already exist from uh, Itch. Is it Itch? I think it's Itch. Itch.io. Um, right? Is it that? It is. There are things in there that are going to be like assets for games potentially, and then mini games and so on that you can potentially use or buy in order to just have something that is not too AI generated. But then again, how to make it look not AI generated? Maybe use a better AI generation model. So something like the latest um, Nano Banana Pro or Rev, um, or something else. But yeah. Yes, I am kinda, not really. I'm mostly a product designer. I've been a UI UX designer for the past 12 years, and I've been a designer in total for the past 22 years, roughly. Um, and yeah, UI UX designer, product designer, uh, same thing. It's the same thing. Don't worry about it. It's just job titles that are changing. Um, I think the fruits are my issue. Uh, Chris, I feel like the fruits could be better, have a better design to them, better cuts, and yeah, I guess that's the change. Also, Stony, are you saying that you are controlling my browser because I accepted something a long time ago and now you controls my browser? Or are you saying something different in the sense that you are injecting some sort of a script through this that has impacted the game in the first place? Is that what happened? I doubt that's what happened, but it might have been. I don't know. With you. Sometimes I'd be surprised. I would be surprised. Um, like this is one of the things that I kind of wanted to showcase and mention. Kiro Cairo has been talking about this thing, and we have showcased some of them, but these are very much feeling non-AI generated, and they might be there might be portions of these that are AI generated because of, whatever tools they are using, but it doesn't feel like it is because there is a lot more human decision that uh, stand out. That's the thing. But game wise, I think it's fun enough that people would probably play it, pay for it. Maybe not. Maybe not pay for it. If 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 you want to make sure that you have something that is payable and some people would pay for the things, make sure that in the version number one you include something that says this is a paid feature, even if it's a paid feature that is not accessible. Like this is a game mode that is paid by the simple fact that there is something that is already paid in the app that is in beta, that is like conditioning the people that are testing it and using it, that there will be paid things in the future, then that's good. If you start for free, everything is free, and then at some point you pass one of the game mode into a paid system, people are going to ditch the thing. So, condition the people in the right order at the right times. That will help. And yeah, do that. Other than that, It's nice enough. I think the background can change your, but you know that already. You have like in the menu, you have some issues with clipping, specifically on the game settings at the bottom. You also have color scheme that are not really good for readability. So in the thing that we closed, like this is not readable whatsoever. And you know, it's like needs to be readable. So that's important. But other than that, other than that, that's about it. Like the fact that these things are staying up for some reason, like this one, the Sakura is up, Ghibli is up, Cinematic is up until I hover them, and then they go back into their regular placements. That's a bit of a bad thing. Um, but overall, fine, good enough, good enough. And Stoney, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you took a look at something in the code from the website that Chris shared, and then you did something. I have no clue. I have no clue. Anyways, back to this though. Maybe you're in bed in your phone and you're able to do things like this. I'm just a designer. I don't know what we are able to do. I wanted to mention this one because this one is incredible. They have this app icon which is really good, and then they did this, and this is amazing as an app icon. So that's a very clever presentation of an app. I don't know if this has anything to do with um, with maps, but it's just really good. Did you try pencil for cursor? No, I tried pencil for pencil. Um, because it's good. But pencil for cursor is basically the integration that they have. It's working in cursor, it's working in VS Code, it's working everywhere, which is fine. And I don't I haven't tried it with the integration within the IDE, mainly because I don't know how the double integrations work, meaning that Pencil is integrated with your Claude or Codex subscription through the terminal on Pencil side. Inside of Cursor, is it integrated with your Cursor subscription, or do you need to also have the Claude subscription on top of that to use Pencil at the same time? I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. As long as this thing is working and it's editing the design, and then the design can be linked to the code base, I'm fine with it. With what we currently have and the thing that we are supposed to check today, which, based on the time, very soon, supposedly in like 4 minutes, um, there might be some things that, it might be good in Figma. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah. Um, the the No Mercy.tv landing page is indeed a weird thing. There's so many issues with it. There's so many issues with that. So many issues. Look at that. Look at that shit. Stony, I'd rather design in Cursor instead of Figma for this thing because I feel like it's gonna be a waste of time for both of us if I do that in Figma again. Um, in which case, I don't have tokens, so I can't do that. I can't do that. Nonetheless, I mean, really, goddamn. I know you don't see these things, but now you do. I mean, I hope you do. It's big enough. Uh, that's so sad. I don't know. Um, I don't know how this goes through though. I think that's the main issue that I have is just like why is why is this going through? I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, it's fine. It is fine. There are there are a ton of things that would benefit some teeny tiny additional changes here and there to make sure that it's working and it's better. What I've done for you here on the landing page, I feel like is good enough-ish. Good-ish enough. Not the best, but you know, goodish enough. You have done this, which is crazy. Also, we don't need the guides ever. The guides need to have no thing like the the main content here is fine enough for you to get like 99% there. It's just a matter of having the content, and I don't know. Like this is you. I'm not part of the content section. You are the person that is creating the content and defining what you want to have on your landing page. So right here, the only thing that I can show you is in there, you would have a section that looks like this with a preview of something that would be something that is displayed on the right side of the screen. Here is something that is displayed on the left side on the screen. Here is something that is displayed on the right side of the screen again. And then you have the pricing that you already have and so on. Like these sections make sense. The sad truth about this is that it is technically good, but it's also technically something from 2023, and therefore it's using things that are now classified as AI generated, like the eyebrow right here, the visuals of like the text and some of these things are very much AI generated, meaning that this sending that to Claude directly and saying, okay, we need to do that. These things are going to be images. Figure it out. Make no mistake, is an option, and it's probably going to work. It's probably going to work. So, like that's a thing that you can do. Um, Nonetheless, you have something that is like very much similar there, which is from an absolutely different product things, but it's an option. Also, why is that here? I feel like these two are things that you have done either with pencil or something else. Like you have generated them and then implementing that inside with Claude. Like that seems to be a Claude generated thing. But I get it. Other than that, it's fine. It's fine, but we can try. We can try because technically speaking, today we are supposed to check the latest version of Figma that includes this because I got access to it and I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know how good it is. I don't know how much credits I'm getting. Um, I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. I have no clue. I know I'm part of officially I am part of a contra uh challenge thingy like that, and that thing is supposed to give me some sort of a potentially 100K prize. That's never going to be the case. 100K is probably like 50K for the first one, 15K for the second and third, and then the rest is like split amongst the rest. But we don't really have um, a brief in there, so we don't know. Oh, it's the design is dead thing. It's just to build that one idea to solve that problem you've been thinking about. I see. Um, the submission must include a video walking through the work and the idea behind it, showing the problem you are solving with your build. Workflow must be made using Figma suites of product Figma Make, MCP, Agent, and so on, which I'm guessing is probably not going to be the easiest thing to do. Must include links to your project, live project, links and community and or working project files links. Must share your video to socials. That makes sense. If I'm sharing the things to Figma community, then that's a bonus point. The thing and the reason is that I'm getting tokens for this. Like that's the reason why I have access to the Asian beta is because I'm part of this thing. I don't know how much I'm getting. These are the tools that I can use. Social sharing, I don't care. The prizes, I don't care. The winner would be announced on the 23rd at config, which means that they would know before because they would probably fly out to the event. So that's the thing. Nolan is the judge, which is really bad. That's not true. That is not true. Tran is one of the judges, which is really good. That's a good news. But that sad thing is that the only ID to solve the only problem that I have within Figma is the plugin that I've been talking about for the past, check watch, 5 years. That is still not fixed. It's kind of fixed with the new agent stuff, so they may have done something in the past that is like much better. I need to check before I do so, but you know, so we are currently using this, and what I kind of the plugin question that I want to build is I have this and I want to swap the library, which is supposed to be somewhere around here. And in my swap library system and option, I should be able to get something that gives me a comparison between library that I'm having currently and the library that I want to use, and using a component by component system instead of whatever that is. Apparently right now, this thing hasn't been touched since, I don't know, 16 years ago. It's goddamn. That's taking a while. And that's potentially the only project product ID that I have, if this thing decides to work, apparently it doesn't. Uh, this is a missing library. It's not a missing library. I clicked, by the way. I'm hovering, by the way. Why is this thing so slow? Oh my god. So let's say I wanted to swap this for the Untitled UI Pro version 3, just for the sake of using the most massive of options. If the streams crash, this is Figma's fault. I'm telling you that now because I have a feeling. I clicked, by the way. Holy shit. So, the goal here, specifically in the Figma swap system, is that it is supposed to check the relationship in between the original library and the one that you want to swap it with. And in there, if it finds something that has the same name, it's going to give you an option to switch things. And my current system, the things that we have is, I think we need to go somewhere. Like we have this thing, for example, which is like progress bar, and we have a progress bar there. Also, cross keys will come in. If I have something that is not found, I want to be able to say, yeah, I know I changed the name in that new library because it's different. Because for some reason, I don't know, my main color was called primary in the new system, but in the old system it's called blue. And we don't want to use blue as our primary color. We want to use like accent color or primary color or something. So right here, I would love to click and switch and swap manually, but that's not the option. So that was just me making sure that it was still broken, which is good. It's not. But we still kind of want to check this thing. I also, just for the sake of checking, I want to make sure that my AI tokens things, what do I have, how much do I have, and so on. No content training. In my billing system, I may have some things for the AI credits. Let me view the usage. I have the thing to buy more credits, which I don't care. I have $3,000 credits, apparently. I don't know if... I don't know. And cross keys. Why Engie? Why Engie? Why is that a thing? Why is you Engie? Nonetheless, I don't think we're going to use that for the sake of using the contest? Words. For the contest, so we want to just use this to check if it works. So this is going to be generating design. That's the target that we have. And in the generate design that we have right there, which is not, that's not what I wanted to do. Like that's a preset that I don't want to use. I clicked the button just to see if it just filled the things, but it didn't. Let's copy that, put it here, and you know what? Let's not do that. That's gonna be so bad. So, as always, we are starting with the same exact prompt as usual. It's the worst. I want to reiterate on this thing every single time. It is the worst prompt ever. It is not meant to be providing a good output. It is meant to qualify the AI models and the artists that they are using to see if someone that doesn't have any skills and any design skills can use the things and get something out of the system that is good enough or at least usable in the long term. So we want to create the homepage of a streaming platform with a purple accent color. And we know that this is really bad, but that's all we are giving. The goal for this is to ensure that we can see a proper um, header, proper hero section, proper collection views and carousels if necessary. And then once the homepage is done, we will ask for the movie/TV shows detail and see if it generate that properly. So that's the thing. Um, I no, we don't want to include any of that. Like that's the thing. It's in the ID to make sure that it is like Steve from marketing or technically Steve from accounting that has been promoted to designer because he touched the PowerPoint once. That's the that's the ID. They don't know sleek and modern, like they don't know what that is. Um, so we want to create a homepage of a streaming platform with a purple accent color is the vaguest thing that we can give, and we're gonna see if that is working. Also, I just clicked the plus already, so that's not design something that makes conversions. Yes. As a reference, we use that with Galileo AI, we use that with Stitch, we use that with Google AI stuff, we use that with Google Flow, and we have used that with other things. So far, the best option is Nano Banana Pro, um, creating the best outputs of a website. Even if it was like a bit of a weird thing, it was the best rendering. So yeah, I don't know exactly how it's gonna work. I don't know what the system is doing. So as always, because I'm just discovering it with you, brace yourself. It's taking a bit longer than expected, but I will see. We will see. I think Figma Make is going to be a pretty good option for some of these things. I'm seeing carousels. Uh, I don't know if it's using components right now. I'm not one to speculate much. I also expect them to generate images, which is some of the worst idea that they could have, but they did it. God damn. Um, the purple accent color is the right one, so that's a good thing. We have, yes, we are pissing tokens down the hole. That's the goal. I don't know why that thing is there. They has a texture in the background plus texture in the foreground, so that's interesting. Accessibility wise, this is shit, but that's interesting. I didn't even know that there was series 2 seasons displayed right there, but that's something. We don't have a header. We don't have a header, which is interesting. We have proper continue watching things. This one should not be. This is the credits. I don't care. There is a reason why I stopped. So that's interesting. The offset carousels for the thing that are supposed to be here are not visible, so that's kind of sad. I think it's just like the crop clipping that has been done. It's a lot of sections, but it's okay. And then there is a topic for you that also contains thing that I've already started. So, yeah, Interesting. Footer is debatable, kind of useless. These icons are not good. But at least it's using the Twitter icon, so I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Cool. So, um, great. Now we need the item details page. Same thing. Very, very vague. Very vague. And our goal here is to see what is happening. Or is it creating something based on the first items that is here? Is it one of the items that we have in there? Is it something else? Is it a TV show that it is going to pick? And if it's a TV show, is it going to be with the episodes underneath? This is the case for the first one. If it's a documentary, if it's something else, does it do, like, if the title says documentary, does it do the description, the explanations, the cast, and so on? That's the goal here. But from a designer point of view, this is shit. It's better than what we used to have. One of the best thing and the reason why we do like this is because this is a Figma file. So now we can edit it and 100% just play with it, do some changes, do some adjustments if necessary. Like, for example, if I disable the clipping and then I go back to the parents, which is probably where the clipping is happening, like that's probably going to be a thing that is interesting. I don't know, we'll see. But nonetheless, as always, the goal here is to make sure that the not technical, not designer person is going to be okay with this system. So it's reusing Neon Pulse, reusing the same image for once. Last time that we tried it, it had a bit of an issue with that. It has this, which is different than this. So interesting. Same nav bar, which doesn't exist. Large hero, yes. Play an add to watch list, yes. Cast and cruise, which is first, which is interesting to have first, but whatever. Episode list is there. I would switch the two. More like this is there. So this is fine. Header using the same thing is fine. Buttons are the same. No, this one is bigger. So they are not using the same buttons. It happens. Cast and crew is once again generating images on the fly for just no fucking reason. This is fine. And this is interesting. That's it's a design tool, by the way. It's generated placeholder graphics that fits with the scheme and palettes. Yes, kinda. Not really. Like, this one doesn't necessarily fit. Same here, but it does have some more cooler tones when it comes to the outputs. So, yeah, that was interesting. So, as a starting point, this is not that bad. As a finished design, this is very bad. As a finished design, this is very bad. We would change a ton of things in there for sure, but as something that is generated, this is pretty good. Let me just go back into my settings and check my usage. These two two prompts costed me 27 credits out of my 3,000s. God damn. So, two screens. Let's say the first fuck up that I did by clicking the link generated something, and 7 credits were used because it started generation, but I stopped it in midway. Whatever. 2.5 messages that are very short messages used 27 credits out of 3,000. The output is not that good, but it's fine. And from what I would expect from Figma or from this specific tool, this is not good. So, Larkin, to answer your question of what's very bad about it, Figma is known to have a vector-based editing software, and it has features that are really useful when you're trying to, use elements and create things that are reusable in the future and so on. That implies components, that implies styles and variables and things. And right now, it didn't generate any of these things by default. And it could have, should have, the same way that Pencil is doing, for example. It should have created a component once because it knew that it would use something that looks like this 25 times on the screen, and then just use the component instead of regenerating the exact same thing every single time. So I'm getting a lot more technical on this compared to the previous one because I'm expecting Figma to be able to understand the behavior of a designer. And if this is like um, their type of AI generation thing, it makes sense for me to have like the system use like a lot more Figma features and not what I can already do through an external AI system. So if I plug in Claude, for example, with the Figma-use skill, it's going to generate something that is similar to this, but not necessarily as good in my head because it's not like as integrated. But this is as integrated and it's the same output. So I don't trust this. Like this footer, for example, should have been the exact same component, or at least would have been transforming this as a component, duplicating the page, removing that system, and then adding this thing in the center. So from here, this is fine. I'm gonna select nothing and say on both pages, we need to transform things into, so I'm getting into the designer mindset instead of being the Steve from accounting again. We need to transform things into components and use those instead of duplicating the frames. I'm staying vague, so this would imply in my eyes, if I were to do that right now and do the changes, I would probably create a component for the header because it's the same on both sides. I would create a component for the item details that contains the progress bar if necessary. If I wanted to be a bit more granular, I would have two, one for the regular, one for the progressed, and then a component for the footers. And then on this one, I would have a component for the cast, a component for the episode, and reuse the same component there. And then the footer is the same thing. So that's I'm going to say that in still vague. This is a lot more complex of a task. And I want to see if Figma can handle that because that's the most important thing. Um, read the relevant skills and inspect both pages to find what needs to be componentized. That is really good. If it works, it's good. The reason why I'm saying it's potentially going to be good is because in the latest version of some Figma tweets, we've had not Figma Japan. Let's just use Figma as a base. We've had this check design thing, which is going to go through. Am I missing some colors, some variables, some things that are not linked, that should be linked but are not? Like, is that something that needs to happen? And this is very much looking like Style Organizer plugin. The design is very much similar, but it's not like a native thing. It's the AI stuff that is using that. So that's the reason why I'm kind of interested in that system. I don't know if it's currently doing anything. I think it is. That's interesting that it has the inspect content and row selection and row section here. Interesting system. Again, I'm very not expecting much out of this. I do feel like it's probably gonna break. I'm also very much expecting this to use 20 to 50 credits, if not more, just because of the sheer amount of thing that needs to be scanned and understood. So that's probably going to take a while. Other than that, other than these teeny tiny things that are very much the features of Figma that makes Figma good, that are not used within with the AI, the layout is very boring, classic, but kind of boring. There is no understanding that there is more content if it was like a real carousel. I feel like this is a view all only, so you don't really have like a navigation that makes sense for a streaming platform. So that's the first thing. Like you should have a sixth element right there, or these things being bigger and wider so that it takes more space. It bleeds on the edges, and probably more carousel-like, Netflix-like things would be a bit better. You would need some sort of a different type of presentation. So maybe a TV show has a different layout than a movie. So for me, I would say TV shows have things that are like horizontal pilled like this, and a movie may be just a poster, so that you can have 6.5 movies per rows, but only five-ish um, episodes or TV shows presented, just because it makes more sense. But yeah, that is interesting. I don't know what happened there. I would love to know what happened there. I would love to have the transcripts on this to see why it says that it's blocked or broken. But it says I can see navbar times 2, footers times 2, movie cards times 25, content rows section times 4, cast cards times 5. So this is good in on paper. It's not great, but uh, if it properly understand this as a starting point, detect the elements, and then convert them properly, then this is going to be good. But by the because of this one, the fact that it has creating components and replacing duplicates with that icon on the left, I don't know if it worked. I don't know if it will work, and I don't think it will. So we're gonna see. Gonna wait for the planning next steps to plan. It's still highlighting this section, which I'm kind of confused about because, uh, well, yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's doing things or not doing things at all. It's giving me some errors. 1 second. I need the fans. Um, so obviously, the instant I stand up and look away, um, it just did the thing. So, uh, worked for 6 minutes, all done, creating movie cards, cast card, content rows, navbar, and footers. I like the fact that these things are clickable elements. Gas face, we'll call it. It did the thing that Claude is doing as a default 99% of the time, um, which is creating that component with the puzzle piece emojis. It created this thing. It created the continue watching, which is technically, I think, using this component, which is pretty good. It created a navbar, which we hadn't seen before, and now it pushed the content down, which is interesting, and the footer as well. The hero is different. It's not the same thing, so that's a different whatever. And now we have the same cast member for everything with the same name for everything, which makes sense. Uh, the same continue watching for everything because it couldn't replace with the updated data, which is interesting again. The footer is the same thing, but at least it has replaced things, which is good. Which is good. No, this is not Make. This is the latest version of Figma, including the new Figma agent system that they just unveiled, and I got access to the beta for no reason whatsoever. Uh, and we are testing it with the usual things of checking if it can create a landing page slash homepage for a streaming platform. And as I mentioned earlier, I have this with a bit more. I hold them to a bit of a higher standards than others, mainly because I'm expecting the thing to be able to use Figma features in the first place instead of not. And they didn't. And I had to ask for it to do the work of componentizing things. And yeah, you missed the target. God damn. God damn. Are we gonna bump into each other? Because that was kind of. We might bump into each other on the way back. Yay! Damn. Well, you can thank me then. Sturdy, congrats. It's a landing pad. If I didn't bump into you, we would have all landed. It would have been great. But no, god damn. At least you landed. At least you landed. Congratulations. It's not rigged today. So it's not that good. It's not bad, but it's not. It doesn't really matter. The things that we are highlighting that is really good is this system of being able to say, okay, I need this thing, I need this design right here to be like reviewed and have the design checked. God damn, Larkham, it's been a while. Congrats on centering yourself on the landing pad. Having the ability to just get through and say, check my design for variations in, like, is it consistent with the rest? Am I using the correct colors? Am I using the correct components? Am I using the correct variables here and there? Is something that kind of makes sense and needs to happen. So it's an interesting thing. This is not necessarily something that needs the AI models in the background, maybe to understand the content of the pages, but I don't think it is something that just like needs the agents. But why not? So once that's done and that's said, it created components in a page for components that is just the worst organized system. I don't like any of these things. I feel like this should have been organized in a way that is like just like that, because that's what we call enough. And most importantly, when we are going into the component page itself, it shouldn't be a frame. It should probably be a section, and the section should be just around the content, so that you have your component section with your components, and you can play with that. So that's the thing that makes more sense to me. From here, we also know that there are like properties that would need to be implemented, and so far nothing is a property. However, in the good thing that I can see, kinda, this is a frame, which is kind of bad, but most of the layers are named, which is impressive. Not saying that it's well named, but it's named. Thumbnail container, card overlays, movie info, its name, so that's a good thing. The frame at the top and the progress bar, why not? That's the ratings could have been changed. The thing that I have in my head right now is do this. Cool, it works. So now, there are like a ton of things that I still need to do in order to get this design to the next level of something that is a lot better. But in the fact that we have been at it for the past 30 minutes, I guess I will say 30 minutes. Kinda, maybe an hour. I don't know. No, 30 minutes. Getting just 2 screens in 30 minutes is like kind of low. The screens are really bad. The components are not well made. But if I have no skills and it's my first time using Figma, and again, I'm Steve from accounting that has been promoted to designer because the designer is on vacation, and Steve has made PowerPoints in the past that the company liked a lot because they used a template, but they didn't say that it was a template. That might be useful, for them to just say, well, we have this design that needs to happen, so, we can change things. The base design that we had a second ago before I changed with the component system was better than this. And this is this tells a lot already. But the components that has been generated are still missing things, including these. These rows are exactly the same. These should have been components as well. And if I'm using the proper components system with what I have. So using master instead of anything else as and say create component from objects, it's going to generate a component out of this thing specifically. And then I'm gonna reuse master, say pick targets, so that I have the construct of this thing, and then go back here and say we need this to be linked to the component in question. And guess what? Now it's linked. It has the override in question that we needed to have. So I didn't lose the design that we had in the first place generated by Figma. I still have my number 2, number 3. The titles are different, the durations are different, but the icons that are the same everywhere are the same. And then the images that were different because different episodes are now linked to different things. But I now have a proper components right there that I can use and play with. So that's to me, it's a bit of a win. A better option to just use master for relinking things. So yeah. Anime lovers, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? So that's an interesting thing. Going back to Larkham's question about what this thing is and why is it bad from my point of view. If I'm watching a TV shows, I don't necessarily care about the crew first. I mostly care about the episodes first, and then the crew, and then more like this. The crew first thing is good if we have a movie, but if it's a TV show, I'm probably gonna do something which is episode first, then cast. So they probably just use that as a movie things. It works as well, but the fact that it's a TV show, then it's a different things. I'm good. I have a massive back pains because of my massive jugs. No, because I slept wrong. So it happens. It happens. It's fine. It's fine. I have back pains. I did. I will not be able to walk tomorrow. I know why. I know. Anyways, so that component replacement system that they have put in place is not as good as a plugin that I've been using since 2020. um, so yeah, that's bad. The fact that Gleb has been able to create that plugin, Master, back in, I think, 2018, 2019, and you know what, I've been using it since 2018, and I got it in 2018 or 2019, and it's still working. It's still working better than what Figma native AI implementation is a crazy thing. So the find and replace that they have put in place there is not as good, but that's fine. Then, me being me and me having knowledge of design and things that needs to be in there, I know that we need things like the progress bar, for example, is supposed to have a components property of visible and not visible. So show progress bar there is a property that needs to be in there. I'm just going to use that like so. The number that is there is supposed to be a value as well that can change, because we absolutely want to change that. I'm also checking things and I'm noticing that this is wrong. This thing is supposed to be an auto layout frame. It's supposed to be on the far right alignments. So that's already kind of bad, meaning that the text is supposed to be right aligned as well. That doesn't really, we don't really give a shit about this one. It's fine. The spacing is 8 on both sides. It shouldn't, but it's fine. And it's just this is not centered, even though it should. So they are using auto layout, but it's not like the peak implementation of auto layout, which again, I'm kind of sad about because, I mean, it is Figma. I need to take that. 1 second. That was my accountant. Sorry for the music drop. Apparently that didn't go through for some reason. Why is this not? That's good. That's better. That works. Anyways, I don't know if you heard anything. I don't think you did. If it was in French. So this thing that I was saying is we have systems and elements that needs to be tweaked in there, including the text itself, like the value for that rating. So I will have my rating values that is going in there. And then this entire thing, does it has a rating or does it have a rating, is the same system. I mean, it was in French, so you probably didn't have any information about that. Um, but you know, it's just making sure that we are planning. I was supposed to see her. I mean, not supposed to, but last time that I had my cardiologist check, we I basically sent her a text and said, I'm nearby the office. Do I come by? Like, do I just say hi and we go eat something together and something? And she texted me back and said, that would be amazing. However, today is a Saturday. Therefore, I'm not at the office. I'm currently at the hairdresser. That's not going to work. And I forgot what day it was. So basically, on Monday, I decided to make sure that potentially she was available, and she was not. So, you know, small details, small things that needs to change, but that is at least a thing. Then we need to change this. Let me just change my title, and then these probably should be split. Season 2 is Season 4 is an interesting system, but it kind of it works. Nonetheless, the goal is to have these properties on the sides to make sure that we have a proper outputs and that everything is on the right situation. Am I happy with the corner radius? Apparently not. No, I know, I know, I know, I know. Um, I know. God damn. No, I'm not. No, 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 no. That's not good. You're cropping the shadow. You're cropping the shadow on top of the thing. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. I think I know why that's the case. It's because of the border system that you have. It's split in multiple things. So you're not the best, not the best corn radius there. You're gonna figure it out. It's fine. Same thing here. So we have things. I'm also checking the constructs of these components. So we have thumbnails with the card itself. The card overlay is right there, which is the entire thing. So that's an interesting system. The thumbnails contain the image. The card overlays is the weirdly enough auto system for the top and bottom section. So that's good, but not great. And we have the frame at the top with the rating, with the badge within, and the badge itself has no issues, but the frame has the property, if I'm not mistaken, of that visibility thing, or at least it should. I feel like I just did, but apparently it's not there. It is there, but it's not. Did this not go through? The show rating things. What do you mean you don't have a magic zoom button? You can see the things. If you just zoom in, you can see that it didn't, it's almost there. You're almost there. You are taking one of the inner shadows instead of two. Which, first of all, I don't know why you have two, but you have two, so. But that's better. That is better. The main issue that I have with what you have done here compared to what we have on the app is the fact that you went for the smallest off radius instead of the biggest off radius in the two that you had. So you end up with something that is a bit like not as good, but fine. These ones are good. We have the info here instead of just having something that's named frame. That with the content is supposed to be name, and then I don't know if we want to have I think we need actor name and character name as two different variables points instead of just that. Can I change this? Yes, probably. If I just change that value, character name first, actor name second, so that makes kind of sense. We have these in there. That's my section. Section should take, that is my section title. So, as always, good to have these things within. I don't know if bringing in the values is a good idea. Like we have the options to just bring up the properties. Can have the properties bleed through, and that's going to be easier. But that's a different thing. It doesn't really matter. That spacing on both sides at 64 is fine, not the best, but it's fine. This one is also at 64 on the side. We are using the same logo there, which is okay. We have this thing here, which is good. That's fine. Design-wise, it's not as neat, but we can change this with new values of episode number, maybe, and then title and description. The only thing that I'm like, I don't know. This has changed. This is good. We have the good numbers, titles, and descriptions, even though description is kind of complicated to read right there, but that's a fine system. And then that button is going to be there. It's going to be fine. Shouldn't be in there anyways. So yeah, that would make things easier. So with the continue watching there, we have what we needed. But if we, for some reason, in these additional cards, we knew that these things were not in continue watching, we don't have the progress and we don't have any rating either, and we just have like the title and the things, and that's cleaner than what we used to have, which is pretty cool. And then I'm gonna do one change for the image that is the fill image right about there. It's currently in fill and it has somehow the black border tops and bottom. So I'm just gonna use something else. I think something else is going to be the best option, or the best way of saying it. We're going to use Unsplash and regular space. Why are you pulling me here? That's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to stay there. um, regular space. Yeah, regular space. Regular space is always fine. It's always fine. It always works. That way we have like proper corner radius placements and alignments and so on, so that I can check if everything is good. But that's a good system. That's a good system. Everything is cleaner here. Now we have everything that we need, which is good. We can, with that property there, change our titles if necessary. So uh, let's do popular just for the sake of changing something. And now we're good. We have the content. This is cleaner than what Figma has done. But going back to what I said earlier, the fact that I'm currently in Figma, and then I can switch back to the controls and then say, click on something, get access to the components in question, because I changed this from a frame to a section. It's now unknown. They don't know where that is, so that's cool. And controls are better, properties are better, but because I'm, again, already in Figma, I can change the components, change the behaviors, explore some of the changes that it can make the design better. Right now, it's just like a very, very basic thing, so that's not great. But yeah, good system. Good system. This is shit though. That accessibility thing is really, really bad. Um, but I get it. I get it. All right, cool. So that gave us a a good overview, I think, of what Figma is capable of, which is not much. And let me just go back to my settings and check how much I paid for this. I have used apparently I'm still at 27 credits. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Oh my god. When I'm looking at the usage, we don't have any information about the actual usage. And I'm still at full seat at 27 credits out of 3,000, which makes no sense. Which makes no sense. So I'm guessing it's probably the same system that we have with Claude and the others, where it's updated, but it's not like updated instantly. And therefore, I will probably know how much I used like tomorrow instead of today, which is kind of bad. Boy, it's fine. So what could they do to make these things better? That's the usual question. I think we need more creative outputs because this is kind of shit. I think we need some Figma integrations from the start. So Figma has the ability to use auto layout and effects, which is good. It's already the case. Naming is fine, but when there is something that is reused more than once, it should have been torn. or turned automatically into components. For the sake of the exercise, I do feel like if I instruct this from the start, it might work. The fact that I just bin Steve from accounting again is probably the reason why it wasn't necessarily working. But that is that's the case. So that's enough. I think that's enough for someone that is not like design oriented. This is going to be enough. For someone that is design oriented, that might end up helping with the basic of wireframing. Maybe the basic wireframing could be okay. Um, but other than that, that's it. Nothing else. Omni Drive, that is interesting. Let me click on that. I mean, let me refresh the page and then click on that. I like the name Rib Chalk. That's good. The drive is a firmware modification for MediaTek-based optical disk drive manufactured by Hitachi. There's storage that enables features that allow for better, more complete reading of disk, including proprietary game disk. That's good. That's good. I don't know what these check marks are. I don't know if they considered that these check marks are like unchecked and these ones are checked. In which case that means that these ones don't exist. But this is just such a weird system of presenting. Like, it's just, do you have it or do you not have it? That's it. You don't need like multiple versions, which is again one of the reasons why I like Japan for some of these things, because they are using these emojis instead. We have, if I remember correctly, I don't think it's in the flags, but we're using these. And there are, or there is as well, the triangle. So you have the triangle icon that is like a partial yes, the circle icon that is a very much yes, and I think I don't know if we have them. We don't. That's the wrong key. Nantokabatsu. I love this. I love that when you're looking for a fucking emoji. Marukapatsuka. I forgot. I forgot the name. Of the triangle. There is a triangle one, which is supposed to be the last one, that I apparently can't find, which is the other option. So that would be a better option. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. I don't know if this makes sense. So anything that is encrypted is gonna not be retrieved based on the fact that it's encrypted, and the key is not retrieved. But that's good. Nonetheless, Kane, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? Um, and Stony, if this is like well packaged and easy to implement, this is not scope creeps. This is just improving the app. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's it. Kane, congrats on lending. There has been a lot of lending, but Larkham has done a 96.5 earlier today. So that's going to be hard to beat. I'm going to say that. Because goddamn. It's a handful of C files. All it needs is a bundle. And feels I don't think you're going to make it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to make it. Yeah. I guess this is not scope creeping. This is just implementing features that make sense, not scope creeping. Scope creeping is what I'm doing here when I say, oh yeah, we need a like we need to change the radius, we need to have like a better presentation for this thing, and so on. Which again, based on what we just saw with your zoom in that you don't have access to issue, it means that the concept and the the component itself is built wrong, and I know why, but it's built wrong, and it's kind of niche, and it might be easier to rebuild that component if you have it as a component file, as a file, and I have access to the code. Then maybe I can take a look. Um, but yeah, Nishit, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? And yes, it was a mini Diglett from me. We are just on it. We've been working on the Figma agent system, the new beta agent in there, and yeah, we have tried the Figma MCP for the past few months. It's not good. It's a lot of content bloat. So if you are someone that has a limited amount of credits and all tokens available in your subscriptions, and you're using the Figma MCP directly, so basically highlighting something, going into the DevTools, and then using this thing, it is going to use a ton of tokens. So this is like 14,000 tokens if I had both of my things selected plus my components because I need them. This is like 42,000 tokens for the MCP itself. So, like this is a lot of bloat. It's gonna just burn through your subscription very fast. But if you're doing it here and there with teeny tiny things, it might be useful. The only benefit that I have seen from the Figma MCP right now is the ability to extract the file key. So the URL that it's giving you, it's giving you the file with the file key, the real unique ID that they have. And then you can use that through Cloud Code, for example, and just say extract the styles, the typography styles, the variables, and put them into my CSS, for example. That's a very easy thing, and it's working. Most of the times it doesn't understand yet the dark mode, light mode, and other modes inside of the variables. But as a starting point, it's pretty okay. Um, what do you mean it's not something that you can't work with that, Stony? You can work with that. You can. So as a recap, this shit from the agent mode that Figma just imported and is currently in beta, it's okay. I don't think it's good. I think um, the first draft features that they've been having in there since 2023, I think. 2023, 2024 is what I have in my head. I feel like it's probably 2024, the first time that they introduced AI in config was, I think, 2024 or 2023. I don't know. Nonetheless, same thing. Is the same. So the only difference that we have right now is the fact that now we have a sidebar tab that is right here that gives you access to a chat and you can interact with it, and then you have your design is going to be in there. It's not as good as uh, Pencil, and yeah, yeah. I'm part of the beta testers for this thing, so that's the reason. That is the reason. Uh, I applied to get access to it a bit early, and then I'm part of the config Figma make or config makeathon things to maybe make some money. I will not make some money. Uh, and it might happen. Some people, I don't know if like some people are already um like posting things, but yeah, I need to read the entire thing to make sure that it works. I doubt that I'm gonna do anything, to be honest. But yeah, that's oh, the AI balance is there. I didn't know. I didn't know. Let me just check that. It's not. It is. That's crazy. It really did only take 27 crits. Well, we'll see if we can not use everything. um, yeah, I I never like signed up before. This one I signed up because it was saying that it would give me access to this feature early, and they did. So I'm fine with it. They said they would do something, and they did for once. But yeah, it's not that good. I would highly appreciate something like a proper implementation within the Figma features, and yeah, have a good work time. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. I mean, we'll see you next week, probably. Um, if you have access to it, please use it and try it if you have some credits that are available for you and shit. But it's not that good. I'm not gonna lie. It's the same as the base. Yes, you basically need to have the pro account, the pro seat, the full seat things, in order to be able to get access to the AI features. Otherwise, you get access to a very, very limited amount of Happy 420 to you too. The pricing of Figma is currently it's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. So the full seat is giving you some AI credits. The basic and the free tier you have 150 AI credits per day based on the fact that we used basically 10 credits per message. That means 15 messages in total, which is not nothing, but it's like, you know, uh, it's fine. And it's available, but it's like very, very tiny. In order to get like 3,000 credits a month, it's $16 a month, which is not good. Stony has access to 300 because I'm paying $20 for him. And then anything for organization is like 500 credits more, which is laughable. 500 credits for like that much more. And you don't get any benefits in between a full seat and an organization seat other than the rest. And an enterprise is getting 420, I know, 425. 4,250 in total credits, which is like a thousand more than the free, basically, which is not much. So that's knowing that this is gonna be roughly 300 messages. That's pretty good. This is 42 or 420 messages, roughly. So like that's the thing. But yeah, so you need a subscription to get like enough credits to use and understand if it's good for you or not. If you don't, you are limited to the free tier, and I don't think you have access to the entirety of the AI features, like within. Like you're in the starter, you're kind of limited. Kind of, it's there, but it's not like fully there. So it's fine. But yeah, given the rise in cost, which is bullshit, by the way, it makes sense that things are getting more expensive. What I Again, we've been talking about it. We've been making sure, ensuring some things. I was supposed to get like 3,000 credits for free on this one, but apparently I didn't. So fuck off, maybe. I don't know. The thing that we would love to see, or would have loved to see within Figma, is for people that have already, or that already have a subscription to another service. So if you have, for some reason, have a good rest of your day. Guys, please take care of yourself. If you have a subscription to like Codex or Cloud Code or something else, and you have an API key, and you just plug it in Figma, and then you use that in here instead of the Figma AI thing, which is basically Cloud Code, because that's their partner. I would have loved that. That would have been so much easier, because that way I'm not bound to the Figma AI credits that I need to buy on a monthly basis to get access to more things if I need more things, which I'm not doing. But based on the fact that this is just a harness for an existing AI, if you give me the ability to just plug my own subscription, that would be an amazing thing. But I doubt that Figma is going to do that. So I'm going to see. No, I mean, I don't use the AI inside of Figma, so don't worry about it, Stony. It's fine. It's more if you at some point wanted to use the Figma MCP, for example, you need to have a paid seat, and therefore, like, that's going to be an option for you to just get access to the thing. If you, for some reason, again, wanted to use the AI features, Figma Make and so on, to create like a prototype in 3 clicks, and you have uh, like the credits already, that I doubt that you would do that, but we never know. You would have the credits to do so if necessary at some point, which is fine by me. So enjoy your credits. I will not use them. You will not use them. and Figma will be happy because we are paying the same price as before without using the features that we are supposed to gain. So, you know, it's a benefit. Again, I do feel like most people in Figma are not using the features that Figma is adding. So, like I've mentioned that before, but like the variables, I'm using the base variables of colors, text, uh, and numbers, but then using them variables within the prototype never happened. Using the the proper um what's the name, animation system, using the proper conditional system in the prototype, never used it. The only thing that I do like is the fact that they have increased some of the limitation that we had in variables, and so now that is really good. But other than that, I don't use most of the features that Figma has put in place. Like Figma Weave, I haven't used it. Figma Buzz, haven't used it. Figma Slide, used it twice, never again. Fig Jam, I'm using it to get the arrows, and that's about it. Which is kind of sad. Like I would love to use any of these things and come on, chop chop, do your thing. This is broken. Why are you broken like this? Everyone is using Figma right now. That's probably the thing. Why are you broken? I have too much things open. Is that what happens? Let me close some stuff. Just for the sake of, closing some stuff. Yeah, no. It's dead. Have I used Figma Draw? Yes. Same thing. I use Figma Draw for one single use case. Let me show you what I'm doing with Figma Draw because it's annoying. I do this and I say, oh, Figma is absolutely broken right now. I see. I do this and I say, oh, it would be good if we had rotate copy on this. And rotate copy is not an option in regular Figma. So I switch to Figma Draw. I click that button and then I go back to regular Figma. That's all I do. That's my only usage of Figma Draw. There is no other use case for Figma Draw in my eyes. It just makes no fucking sense. So I'm just doing this and then doing the changes that I need to do or that I want to do for, whatever. Bitch, you're supposed to be like this. And then just making sure that I have like the right amount of controls and whatever. And then I'm good. And then I'm good. But yeah, that's the only thing that I'm doing. There's nothing else. Nothing else. Look at it. I've created an AI company logo. It's a butthole. It's another butthole. Yes. Maybe we need a bit more. Yeah, that's an AI company logo. For sure. For sure. I think in order to not be like everyone else, you would need like 7 or 9. So that it's not like symmetrical or that symmetrical. So that would be a bit of a better thing. But yeah, then you use a bright color. So yeah, other than that, Uh, Figma Draw, that's the amount of usage that I have for it. I just open it, I create a duplicate copy, rotate copy, and then I'm done with it. And dev mode is basically the same thing. I am opening it, selecting like a component, copy pasting that thing to have the code that I need to have, which is like way longer than this, but like that stuff. And then that's it. I'm closing it back. Then I'm going back to the regular thing. So yeah, I need to pee. 1 second. That's about it. That's about it. So yeah, not uh, not a lot. That's the thing. Most of the features of Figma are not. I'm not gonna say that they are not useful, but they are not used by me. um, I think what I'm getting most of the time is going to be the variables is one of the latest features that they have added that I'm using on a daily basis when I'm using Figma. Like every day that I'm using Figma, I'm using the variables. But anything else that they have added, I would say after 2024, I'm probably not using. And I'm hoping that potentially maybe at some point this feature right here is going to be like a better system, and the agent within the file is going to work as well. But I don't really know if that's going to be the case, um, and how it's going to be implemented. So we'll see with time. As far as right now, this is meh, not the best, not the worst. We have seen Google Stitch in the past, so that's a thing. But yeah, I think you know what? Chris, if you're still lurking, I may have an idea of a product for you, or Denny, if you want to build thing with AI, I may have an idea of a product for you too. Or Kane, if you want to build it, it's fine. Uh, build the things, don't whatever. Um, the current situation, from my point of view, is the AI generated designs are not good because they are following some sort of a blueprint that is too bootstrap, too tailwind and not creative enough, or not like UX based good enough. Roughly, I'm going to say that. What you could create is a pipeline that goes like so. So you have let's use Nano Banana Um, Nana. So Nano Banana first with that, that, that. So you create through Nano Banana, you create a wireframe that is usable, and then from there, from that wireframe, you either create a Nano Banana design, or you ask just a direct design from wireframe. Kind of weird. Or you use like another model to generate something. If you went with the route with Nano Banana as a design, you then convert to vector with a fucking N. Convert to vector. So basically that conversion to vector is going to be, you either do it directly, and you have, I need arrows. That's what I need. So you either do that as a direct thing, or you do that as a, that's gonna be weird. You do that like this. No, not that. You do that through Nanobanana first, and then you convert back to vector instead. That's weird. I should have done that this way. It's more like this. And then, so basically, if you do a Nano Banana second run, so you do the wireframe, and then from the wireframe that has been generated, when the layout is good, you generate the full design with Nano Banana, and then you convert that to vector after the fact, or you go straight from wireframe to vector, and then from here, from the thing that has been vectorized, either wireframe or full design, you create a version of this that is like final.psd, if you know what that means. You create a last version that is going to just be the output that you expect the thing to have and use as a design. That pipeline, I think, could simplify and make the creation is like a bit easier. So, for example, if I give you something that looks like bitch, get out. Something that is, yeah, that size is going to be pretty okay. Let's hope. I have so much doubts. If I do a make image from this, I always think that it would be a bit better to have like a fucking size for this, because we need this like that, basically. Generate the wireframe of the home page of Netflix. like very um, let's see if that works. So basically you generate the wireframe first, which is going to give you the structure or the necessary structure to then use that to generate the final design and then convert that to vectored through a system. So that's like your base wireframe, which is technically good enough, not great, but good enough. It has like a header that I can't see apparently. We have more at the bottom. We have more on the size. We don't. Um, it's Netflix as a base. And because we now have the content structure, we can use it to generate the final product. That might be but then again, that might be a pipeline interesting for simplifying, making the design a bit better. Because again, the main reason why I'm saying this is because every time that we have tried to generate a design through any of the AI things so far, we have ended with this almost exact replica of the things. The last one that's been pretty good was Stitch, weirdly enough. The latest update of Google Stitch gave us a page that was more interesting because it has more different components here and there, but they are all the same. And so when we have asked Google Flow, Nano Banana, and other AI image generation systems, the designs were better, the layout were more creative, and the output was good, but it was pixels. So by having that system of saying, okay, let's create the image first, then create a wireframe of that image, then convert that somehow into vector, and then once we have the vectorized version of this thing, basically we need the final being like compare with the original creations. Are we good enough? And if that's the case, then we are good and we have something that is much better, which basically means that this section at the top doesn't really need to exist. But yeah, that's an option. Doesn't say that it's good, but it's an option. And it might be a thing to pursue, a potential pipeline of design generation that doesn't suck as much as what we have right now by simply using image first, wireframe second, and then vectorization slash Figma rendering as a third option, was a third pass. Probably going to be token intensive and expensive for the user. What? I'm not the user. So, do I care? Kind of. Not really. But yeah, that's an option. On the other end, Denny, specifically for you, you have Spotted in Prod is or has launched the new thing where you can showcase what you have seen in production. And so obviously I'm gonna spam with a ton of things that I have built, but they also have jobs, and in the jobs you have things that are related to the UI. And they have one right here with Super Whisper that is in Toronto, which might be interesting for you. So, AI stuff, Canadian stuff. But there is like a ton of other things in there that are interesting. And for you specifically, for anyone that is looking for a job in design, these companies have a better design than most of the others companies that we are looking at and looking for, and therefore it's potentially interesting for us to just apply there because they already have taste and it's easier to just be there, work there, have your design taste and voice be heard by the rest of the team because they still appreciate design and so on. So that's a thing. They have a ton of options. Um, Locket might be one of them as well. You know, that's a wild thing. I'm already in Arc. I don't know why this was opening the things or not necessarily opening the things like it's supposed to. I understand why you want to be working in AI stuff, Benny. I get it. No reason in particular, but you know, I get it. Just it's just a small detail. It's just a small details, you know. The fact that right now they are a four-person team that doesn't have a designer yet is a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing. Um, but that's a great opportunity right there. I could apply. I would not. I would not apply. Um, that would that would bore me. That would bore me. I think that's broken. I think something's broken there. Story. The dev site is white. Sturdy. We have an issue. Well, we get a 502. We get a 502. You're in the system. I see. I see. Ah, so yeah, these things are pretty useful. Might be interesting for you to just apply there if you wanted to move on. If the person that we have in common is still trying to hire you where they moved, maybe go there. Why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? I mean, I kind of know why you're waiting, but you know. For the people that are interested in the WWDC 26 that is happening next week, we have the bingo card for very soon, and I feel like a lot of these are gonna happen. I don't know if Tim is gonna be the one saying good morning because John is the one that is taking over. So that's a thing. The Lil Finder guy being appearing is obviously gonna happen. It's been on social media for so long now that, of course. TV show promotion, I'm not sure because it's WWDC. So I'm unsure unless we have a new Apple TV, which hasn't been updated in a long time, so it might happen. The new Mac being announced is interesting. I don't know exactly which one they are talking about. I think it's mostly new processors and CPUs that probably gonna be there, but I don't think. New series for sure, John Turner's for sure, Siri and Apple Intelligence for sure. Old iPhone speed comparison, unsure, because it's supposed to be mostly tech related, not necessarily device related. So unsure about these two, but we never know. The intro in the beginning, yes, probably. Um, I don't know about that. Widgets in the camera app, I don't think so. Uh, I don't think they would talk about the optimization and the bug fixes. This is something that we have seen in the past where Apple doesn't really acknowledge the fact that they have been having some bugs. Like it's not their type to say, "Oh yeah, we have a buggy software, so we fixed it." Mm-mm. The software was perfect from the start. Image editing tools, I don't know. I doubt this is probably gonna not be a thing that they want to push. The third-party models might not be there, and I wish it wasn't the case. Liquid glass changing potentially. Gemini maybe, but that's in partnership with these ones, so I don't know. Um, Dynamic island make sure. I don't think split screen is going to happen unless we are unveiling the iPhone Fold, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But I think split screen is only going to be available on the iPhone Fold if it exists, which I wish it doesn't, but we never know. Gaming potentially. Corner radius standardized. I don't think this is ever going to happen. More series, Vision OS segmented. Potentially, maybe. And then I don't think Craig is going to do anything. It hasn't been like a very intensive Craig things, so we'll see. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It's the details. It's some things. We've seen some jokes in Japan. It happens. It happens. Some people say that the Japanese don't have a sense of humor. They do. They do. It's a bit of a different one, but yeah, they do. Um, and Stony, this one is kind of for you. Not really, but kind of. But it goes back to what I've been talking about in the past few years now. A lot of years. Basically, what that person is saying is when you are on a website and you're trying to type somewhere, if you're not in the input field that needs to be in there, in focus, basically, it's not uh, it's not working. So you need to type and then type again, and click on full focus and then type again. And so what he's been doing is adding a delay detection so that if you type a letter, even if it's like a keyboard shortcut letter for the app, but you have another letter that comes in, it automatically focuses on the right thing because you're supposed to be in there. So that's a thing that makes sense, and I think more apps should be in there. The delay that he has put at 150 milliseconds feels kind of short. For someone like me that doesn't really type fast, 150 milliseconds might be like kind of too short for not triggering like the thing. But nonetheless interesting and potentially useful. But it's the type of thing that is like behavioral UI, which I've been talking about for a long time, of uh, ensuring that if the user is doing something somewhere, the UI is responding in a way that makes sense more than in the way that is intended. And yeah, it does have the carrot thing system within it, but yeah, Like there are some specific keys that would trigger it, but if it's a letter followed by a letter, I would do three basically. Like if I said ABC, then it would trigger the things instead of just two. But yeah, like a preheat type of situation, where it's just, oh yeah, so there is one letter, 180, 200 millisecond later, there is another one, cool. And then 150 later, there is another one, so cool. So that I'm sure that the user is currently typing. So let me just focus on the right text, input the characters that they have typed already, and then be done. But I get that this is complicated. Maybe in there is a lot more explanations that would help. Maybe, I don't know. We're still white though. Stony. We're still white. Still very white. That was weird. That was weird. Other than that, I don't think we have any other things. This one is mostly for Denny, for your presentation things. These are very interesting. They are the cards themselves, not the animation. The animation is shit. So sorry about that. But the very floaty cards could be something that you implement on your website. Again, this is like some of the thing that we have been screaming about kinda with Jay on Twitter in the past few days, where if you look closely, and if I just do that very, very slow, the card are just blending into each other. So the red is in the background, and then the next frame, if it does the fucking thing, it just pop in as if it went through the green card. This is the type of thing that we want to avoid. We want to make sure that the cards are properly shuffling themselves and not interlacing in between each other. So that's a thing to think about when you're doing your carousels and other things. Nonetheless, small details, small stuff. We like it. We like it. Um, and for those of you who are using LLMs, use this, please. If you're trying to explain an animation to your model and you want to make sure that it makes sense and it feels right, this animation.dev MD file type of thing that contains all the words and all the wordings that we are using in motion design to explain what is happening. Are we doing a scale? Are we doing a translate? Are we doing a crossfade? Are we doing a scroll to? You know, like all of these things, having the understanding is going to be useful. So you reading this and then being able to say, cool, we need a spring animation that has a bit of stiffness. The mass of the objects should be kind of, you know, not that heavy, but kind of, and so on. So that's good. Well, it's an MD file for LLMs, so that's the reason why it doesn't have GIF previews. But you still have explanations, like elements appears or disappear by changing opacity. You should be able to understand what that is. You should. You should. But it's mostly for LLMs, and that's the reason why it's like just MD file coded design at least. But yeah, there is a ton of things in there that are going to be useful if you are currently building your animations and making sure that your models are understanding everything that needs to happen. ML is okay. um, has been doing a ton of things for animation.dev that will help you to understand things. This one specifically is a course which has some enrollment time, which makes absolutely no sense for me. Um, but whatever. Um, it's not just to teach the AI what's standard motion design terms means. It's mostly for you and for the AI as well, because AI kind of know the terms, but um, you don't. That's basically the premise. And that one, when what Emil said on this thing is just it does know the word, uh, but it's just like you as a vibe coder or you as a dev probably doesn't know. Um, and therefore you might just need to be like, okay, cool. So I want this thing to crossfade. I want this thing to be direction aware transition. You know, most of these terms are common sense terms in English. For me, like it's just if you know what the word means, then you're good. Like stagger animation, orchestration, interpolation, keyframes, all of that is things that as soon as you understand the word is fine. But it's mostly for vibe coders and people that don't have the English understanding and or the motion design understanding of how things work. So, well, the thing is, they already do. Like, if you use your AI models and you say we are going to use JSAP for or GSAP for the animations or motion.dev or frame emotion or something else, it means that it already knows what these libraries are, but then within them, you not knowing what a spring animation is or what the dampening or the dampening usually is, or like the mass of the object, how much drags there needs to be before it's like it starts moving. Like there is a vocabulary to be used in order to get the animations that you want to have. So if you want your thing to feel heavy, you increase the mass of the object in the beginning so that it it kind of fights you in the beginning, and then when you pull it out of the slot or something, it has that spring animation that just flies out. And then on the other side, because it has the mass that it used to have, it basically overshoot the the ending point, and then it goes back. So yeah. um this is so using animate.css, yes, but the this point, I understand your point. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I do agree with you that it's easier to just say use that animation type, and you know, and then you're good. This is more when you want to create custom transition, custom animations that are not like the default uh, of motion.dev. anime CSS or anime JS. Um, God damn, they changed the fucking things to .com now. Like all of these have curves, and 100% you can use that and say, oh, we need to use an out sign for the animation that we want to have, right? Or we want a bit of a spring thing that have like a teeny tiny amount of overshoot compared to the rest. If I'm saying this, if I say that these are the values, and like that's what I want to have, then I understand that having the previews, as you said earlier, is making a lot of sense. But if you have the vocabulary, that's the main point. If you know why, like the fact that the bounds and the duration that we have around here that are like custom presets, do you have the ability to explain what these things are to an AI assistant LLM thing? Or is it just you kind of stuck with this because that's what you just know that this is a Bezier out, and therefore that's the main system. Like creating a curve that looks like this. That's a custom animation for something like I don't know, an anime chop, something that goes really fast and you don't see the person, they're just snatching something. Like that's the effect that you want to have. You want the button to move like that fast, whatever. Just using the name is probably not gonna give you the thing in question. Or at least not as much. But yeah, this one, right now I'm just doing an ease in out as a Bezier curve. And there is like a ton of options, obviously. Like these are crazy. And it's pretty impressive for, whatever they are currently making. That's a wild transition. Anyways, I do understand that this is a more interactive and interesting system because it is presenting to you the controls, what you can do, how you can do it, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, and so on. What makes sense, not really, but like what is available and what isn't available. But that's the vocab. If you don't know it, you can 100% just get in here and say, okay, cool, let me get through this system or through this system and just change the amplitude and change the speed so it's just like a bit faster for what I'm trying to do. Or, you know, maybe. Um, that's crazy. There is a segment at Yeah, right about there. um, where you can play with things. God damn, again. But it's just like the vocab is the resource. You wanna be able to understand this because right now the the bounce and duration might not be as useful. And then this these are the base transitions, the base CSS transition, which is fine. Um, and pretty useful. Not gonna lie, this is like a very simple system, and you can just copy and paste that. And if that's like exactly what you need, then you're good. No questions asked. You just move into a slide in, slide out, um, and it's fine. Knox, welcome in, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? Um, that I don't like this mainly because it's too simple. I prefer this because it's easier to play with the ID, the concept, the outputs, the things that we want to have. Like if you know your Bezier curve and you know how to potentially play with them to have like a little amount of a shoot or something that looks mostly like this, or like an interesting system that is just creating that dampening at the end for you, then that's an easier system to play with. But if you're someone, again, this is for someone that is not um, me or you, and that have never touched any of the animation system and presets that exist, and or like After Effects and so on, something like this with the vocab of motion to make sure that you can uh, transmit the animation that you have in your head to an AI model or to someone else. Like if you are a dev and you want to talk to your designer and say, um, I don't know, I want the animation to feel a bit more something. I don't know. Maybe it's elastic. Maybe it needs to have a bit more force to it. That doesn't mean shit. But if you tell me that the element for the trigger needs to have a bit more mass, and that the mass is flying off while the transition is happening so that we can have a bit of bounce at the end, then that's a pretty good thing. Like I have pretty good understanding. Like it's uh, a marble that is stuck to a piece of tape, so it has like some grip, so the mass needs to be there, but then it's gonna reach the floor and therefore it's just gonna hard stop and bounce. So that's the effect that we want to have. But it's pulling and strong and so on. All of that is going to be in there inside of the spring animation, most likely, but also the feedback interactions and so on, to get the effect of, okay, we want the initial mass of the elements to be kind of strong so that it resists the release, and then it's going to just drop, and then it's bouncing, and in the middle there might be some velocity that doesn't really change, but the velocity at the end on every single bounce is going to diminish every time. All of that is easy to do. Not really, but it's easy to do here if you have the ability to create like um, multiple transitions. So for example, my release in order to get that effect is probably going to be something that has this. Like it's going to be harder to drop in the first place because it's releasing from the tape and then it drops, and then after this we have one of these basically, or reversed of this, like that, because it's just like that's the idea. So this one is a, a good potential when it is dropping. But then you can, I would love to be able to go in and then change a bit of the duration, change a bit of the system, change a bit of the values that are in there to make it make more sense. But yeah. So for someone that is entry level, this is good, but not good enough. This is much better. Specifically, the entirety of the anime.js site is a lot more impressive and fun, and you can understand what things are doing and so on. But by simply reading this, which is like, it's not that long, but it's like not nothing, you end up with a lot more understanding. And at the end of your reading, you know 99% of the words that you would need later to potentially explain to an AI some animations. If you want to say, like, again, if you're here and you say, okay, I want to have um, a bounce down, but it feels like it has too much, it goes down too much. And I would like to have it being like more uh, directly hitting the floor. Your AI is probably going to understand that. But if you just say the overshoot is too much, we want to still have the bounce, but having a hard floor, it's probably going to understand that a lot better just because you're using the right words. So that's all. It's a vocab list. Using the right words is always going to help you in reducing your context window, your context with your window usage, and also ensuring that the output is good enough. So that's a good system. We like it for that reason. We like it for that reason. It is. It is. But it's communicationism. Making sure that you have the ability to communicate properly in the terms that make sense. Like that's the again, that is the reason why I got interested in HTML and CSS in the first place. Is like I could explain concept to my devs, but I couldn't really speak their language. And therefore, I just took a look at the files. I added them to, like, I asked them to explain to me some of the concept and so on. And then I started using div instead of frame. I started using the components instead of like other instances and so on that we have in Sketch in the past. Oddballs disappeared from my language. Frames kind of it's still there, but it's not like the most useful thing. And now if I want to really explain that inside of a function we have something that happens that is mostly code, but it's beneficial for the design in a sense, or in the fact that my data structure inside of the file in design needs to be reflected in the backend, and the data structure in the database that we have, that speaks to them. And if I show them, like if I show them, let me use something that is kind of weird because that's going to be useful for the presentation. Um, let's say I'm showing you this, and you are the backend dev, and that's all I'm doing. I'm telling you that this is what we need. You're missing so much data. You would not be able to create a schema that is related to that project and the outputs that it needs to create if I don't give you the entirety of the data structure that I have in mind, the relationship in between the data that exist in there. Like maybe the yellow thing is a computation based on past months compared to current months. Like maybe that's the case. You don't necessarily know. That's not the case here, but like that's the type of thing that if I just show you, sometimes it's not enough. If I chat with you, it's better. If we chat together and we are using words that we understand on both sides, much better. Much better. So that's the main point. Just making sure that you communicate properly with whoever you're talking to. If it's an AI agent to build an animation, having the wording in your head helps. In that UI specifically, yes, there is a lot of cards. I haven't seen um, if they have done like a more things. I mean, you know what? They haven't. Uh, they have not created anything else related to that project. They have this thing, but that's not related. In here, there is a lot of cards, and some of them could benefit from not being carded. So it's like the calendar, for example, doesn't necessarily need a card in the background. This doesn't benefit from everything. That section, if it's very specific, and it is, this one is from that user. There is two users in that bank account. You have both of them here, and you have like different um, spendings. Then that is an important thing. Also, it's very Japanese. The husband is paying rent at 65K. That's so cheap. And the combined, like both of them are paying Netflix, and then the girlfriend is paying the electric bill. But that's it. Nothing else. And you have the split of how much the wife has, 65K, and specifically how much the houses have the wife has paid, and the husband has paid. So there is like 10,000 or 10x for the husband. God damn it. Um, it is a bit carding. I don't mind it that much because most of the cards are like white on a very light gray background. So it's fine. There is a lot of cards that have a lot of colors, like a bright pop of colors, which makes them more important and interesting. Um, using something like, let me see if I can just plug that in and show you, but I doubt, as always. As always. So something like, God damn it, something like here, for example, where This is a similar type of app where you have cards, but they are not necessarily like visible. They are only going to be visible on tap, and that kind of makes sense. Like you have these cards here at the top for some of the buttons, the actions that you can take. But in there, like there is not a lot of cards. And then when you are browsing other options or looking the watch list and so on, these are not necessarily cards, but they are cards itself. They are like carded buttons with no backgrounds on their own. So that's the type of thing that is an option that you can do for specifically for uh, an app that looks like this. Like that's an option. Um, but it's a different system. I don't mind it. I mind the amount of colors and impact because it it brings the focus on things that are not necessarily the main focus of the page. And it has like repetitive content. So the expenses right there, not necessarily the dark one, the colored one as well. That sounds racist as well, I know. Uh, but you have the month's expense right here that is on every single page, and that's just like maybe not necessary. Like you have it on the monthly expense, yes, but then is it really necessary to have it on the split, on the recurring? These one are recurring payment, and this is the split in between the two people that hold the account. This one is the monthly recap. So it's just like there are things that obviously we only have three screens here. So I'm not gonna speculate too much. I don't have enough information to say, oh yeah, this is 100% how this thing is gonna work. I don't fucking know. But from a usage point of view right here, that value is not necessary on all of the screens. These ones take the cake in terms of importance. The black one on this one is very much visible, but like these two are also attracting your eyes almost instantly. Um, and then these big cards right there, they might not be um they might not be needing set background. Like it's potentially fine to just not have a background on this and be on that kind of gray background. Yeah. Gray background and be like, cool, we good. The form, for example, potentially having a background is a good idea because that raise it from the floor and make sure that you see everything that you need to type in there. Same here, like that calendar, not necessary. That split, this is like spending 1,000 yen at the company. Does it really need to be like that prominent? I don't think so. I think a card like this, like a very easy split with like who spent, and then you can switch if you wanted to, but like who spent and the name and the price. You have the who spends here, the name and the price right there, name, price, whatever, would work as well. So yeah, the type is very thin as well, and the sizes of some of these things like that is tiny. But then again, this is Japanese, so you end up with things that are ah, easier to read at small size, but not really, but kinda. I know this is vague. This is vague enough. Um, but yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind the colors themselves. I mind the amount of colors here and there. Um, Based on the tweet in question, this is a vibe coding project, and for something that is vibe coded, I think it's really good. Design wise, it's really good. There are still some accessibility issues and some design overall issues from my point of view, but also like this is a Japanese thing, so there is design differences in between the norms that we have, but it doesn't scream AI vibe coded thing. I did save another project. I forgot where it is. I think it's underneath that. I saved one of them and I was like, yeah, this is 100% a vibe coded thing. I can tell. There is no question about it. Um, and you know, it's something else. You can 100% tell. This one, it's a bit of a different system. You understand that it has some taste behind it. Like Fantastic is a 100% vibe coded system. No questions. Like that is the styles of the latest brutalist things that people are using, and specifically when you're looking at it in light mode, it's very much a vibe coding thing, and you can kind of tell. But you know, it is overloaded. Yeah, there is a lot of things that you can just remove from vibe coded outputs, and it's going to make the output much better, or at least the presentation much better. I don't know if I saved it here or if I saved it there as a bookmark direct thing. Also, yes, that bag happened. Uh, you don't know about it. You have not heard about it. Um, uh, yeah, this one was fun. Do we have the thing? God dang. I forgot about that. I know I saved one, but I probably just liked it and then didn't like it for the system to save it. It makes no sense. Um, yeah, I don't have. It's not gonna be in there. It is not gonna be in there. That looks like it's vibe coded. This is just like the font and the placement and and that's weird. That glitch is weird. If it was on purpose, that's impressive, but goddamn. It's just AI has a bit of a hard time creating these lines, which is wild to me. That basic lines is not a thing that it can just generate. Anyways, um, but there is a lot of things happening indeed, and there is a lot of details that could have been removed, or specifics that are like, if you change that value to a different point, it looks more natural. Like that section is fine on its own, but if you had the dividers be closer to the numbers, because you do have the space. And when I'm saying closer to the numbers, I'm not saying move them by like 16 meters. I'm saying just let's do that instead. Like if you do this, and then you do that, this is just guesstimating right there. But in the uh, in the mental model of people, specifically when you're seeing a table, you want to have your titles and your numbers to be kind of close together so that they make sense. And then your prices, because that's a menu for uh, a restaurant or something, you want them to be far away, but not like too far away from the titles. So you want your split to be very much split on the page. And here, what happening or what's currently happening from what I understand is that this section basically has a space between situation where you have this amount of space there for that bit, this amount of space here, followed by roughly this amount of space there, so that that element is filling container. And we want to have way less. We want to still contain roughly the same amount of spacings here and there, but we want to make sure that this thing is like semi-equal. I feel like this is probably gonna be something like this. My goal here was to get like a square somewhere around here, and then on the other side we don't really care. It's just gonna be like further away. Um, but that's the to me that would make it not as AI generated as it looks in the first place. But then again, the table on its own is fine. There is no issues with that. It's just like the rest of the fucking page is a lot. But there is currently a trend, not really, a thing that is coming back, which is the micrographics. I don't know if I saved this one. I don't think I did. It's not that useful. But micrographics are coming back, have been coming back for a while, and a lot of people are just trying to re-implement them in other places and things. And that a lot of people are trying to bring that back, and AI is trying to bring that back as well. And we end up with things that just don't stand out as much. Not anymore. Um, but it's fine. It's fine. Um, yeah, I think page 1, 2, 3 is kind of bad. We should at least have one that is like flipping, of the pitch deck to be 3 pages and then dashboard being at like page 9. um, but if it's a slide deck, then it's one per slide, and therefore you're kind of good. Which again, the design in question is kind of, not really, but kind of a slide deck thing. So it could work. It could have worked. That's the thing that I was looking for. Yeah, these micrographics are coming back, and a lot of people are re-implementing them into their design, and therefore it's coming back in things. I love this one because it has a bit of a combination of many things. You have barcodes, you have logos, you have handwritten things, you have some charts and analytics, some locations, QR code, and so on. All of that is really cool, but it's just noise. At the end of the day, it's just like this is only going to work if and only if people understand what it is and how it works. Other than that, it's never going to work. But if you have this, you just have your micrographics at the bottom. I feel like this is really cool as a concept and presentation. You just have like teeny tiny micrographics here and there for presentation sake, and tying things up together, and that works. But yeah, um, yeah, I think that's the issue with the green one that we were on a second ago, where roughly uh, the people that are using it are just using them for the sake of presentation instead of using them for the decoration and how it needs to be used for decoration. So that's a small thing. God damn. That's an interesting system. I don't know how that works, but God, that breaks my brain. Sorry, I got impressed by this. It's not. It's not. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Um, anyways, we don't have a lot of others that just make sense like this. Um, I think some good micrographics are great additions in some projects, but most of the time it's wrongly used. I think this one has a ton of them, if I remember correctly. Specifically the website itself. That's not the website itself. There. Yeah, they're using a ton of things like these lines, these things on the side, and it's not. It's not well placed. It's fine, but it's not well placed and organized, and therefore you end up with something that is just like. This is open design. This is something that we were supposed to take a look at on stream one time, and then we never did. I do have the app here. I just like never clicked on it. Supposed to be a help for designing with AI and shit. But yeah, it has some issues. Nonetheless, just details and things. And it's fine. Open design is a an AI-based design system where you can plug in your own AI agents, if I remember correctly. And then you have something that is like more agentic type of thing. Probably, hi, we'll call it. Um, how are you? But I can't trust I can't trust a design company when that is how things look on their page. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like you can't do that. Um, it doesn't make sense to be that broken and to not see this when you are releasing like update to the website. It's just like it's wild. It's wild to me. I love to use macrographics in the footer of side projects as a backlink to you, but really struggling to balance useful info versus pleasing design. Have you seen? Have you seen? We didn't click on that, but this one is one of them that I like a lot. And if I remember correctly, they have a very simple system, right? In the presentation, and you could potentially use something, you know, with the copy whatever, which it's just like tiny fonts. That's interesting. And Figs has a ton of inspiration, and a ton of things that you might get a bit of a kick out of if you're looking at micrographics and how to implement them. Things like this with the not the presentation, like the preview of how they are using it. The thing that I have used and I will always use as reference is old paper sheets and things like pay slips, timesheets, all of these things that are really interesting when it comes to their printability and reusability is something that I've used a ton. And if I go back there, you will see exactly when I had to look at the design of these things for Perfume, for the cards themselves. And that happened somewhere around um, here, where the content is suddenly just cards and previews and things. And in there, you have some small macrographics on the edges, shit like this that could potentially help you. Um, and again, like these ones are the most important for me for the presentation because you have things that are like, okay, cool, I understand what micrographics are really in that spot. It's just like my logo, the ID slash unique ID for the thing, or the code for that components, and then there is some micrographics that is human generated, even though it's not like mentioned as micrographics, it is considered as such right about there. So it's an interesting system, and we have a ton of them, and I have like a thousands options because I needed I needed that. Chibulis, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? And so in here, for example, same thing. The micrographics in total is Chifaza, what got in? Everyone is coming in at the same time. Um, like it's just the name. There's nothing else. So these are extremely useful for presenting and layouting your content. And that gave me this. If I, God damn it, I'm gonna kill some people again. Come on, bitch. It's not that hard. So in the I think this is gonna be useful if I go into Citizen X. This card, for example, is you can see the inspiration from the thing that we were talking about a second ago. Um, but like that system is these cards are coming from the inspiration that I had. Same thing for that, like ticket at the bottom. But the header and the way that I placed things, that I made sure that we had like a more unique handwriting within the cards, and then a more interesting system, like the date is something that is handwritten-ish. I kind of want to have something that is going to be font viabilities, so that some days you just wrote the thing a bit bigger, like you just wrote the date bigger than usual, or things like that. So that is coming from a ton of research on this, so to be checked. Um, so yeah, let me check. Let me check this. Let me check this. Um, and yeah, IBM is also good. Brown is also good as always. Um, and these guidelines are good. They make sense. They help. You have like a ton of content out of them. So yeah. Um, you said that, and then you said that. Writing to with soul engulfing wisdom. I see. Oh yeah, I watched Vibe OS earlier yesterday or this morning. I forgot that. I mean, I skimmed through it. We have talked about it. I don't think I have one of the likes because I didn't have that tool before. But this is something that we have talked about in the past, and I have a lot of information about it. um, yeah, these things is the type of shit that I've been working with a lot. Not that video specifically, um, and I've been really interested in these designs when I started to get interested in graphic design in general, because I'm someone that is very much futuristic inspired and future fueled. Like I would love to have things that are coming from um, Oblivion, that are coming from Minority Reports. Like all of the tech is basically the reason why I got into design in the first place. Is just like these movies are such an interesting visual eye candy for me that I got very much interested in that thing. And if you go back into some of my earliest design in sketchbooks, you can find a ton of these lines and these highlighted elements in a lot of spaces, a lot of places, just because I like them a lot. So yeah, I kind of fell back into it when the Vision Pro got announced, but yeah, we talked about this one a lot from Don't Panic. That is, they are doing like a very. The main reason why we talked about it is because this one was a bit of a live streams thing, kind of thing. A 50 minutes video that ended up looking like that. And this thing was like the whole concept, the whole thing of how it works, what are the steps and so on. We do like it, but Don't Panic hasn't done any other videos after this one, and it's kind of crazy. But we like it. We like it. Anyways, this. Um, so, for those of you who haven't seen this, this is an OS that is only generating what you need on the fly. So you have like basically base UI, base kit as a system. And then when you need computing, it goes through prompting the AI system that is behind it to generate the UI in the way that it needs to. So the example that he takes in the beginning, that's the thing that I stopped after that, is the calculator where he types on the number 5 and then it takes a second and a half and then the number 5 pops in because right now it is generating the UI for the calculator on the fly. So you requested a calculator and the system prompt is saying, oh, the user needs a calculator, so let's generate a calculator. And then he clicks on 5 and then the UI is like, okay, cool, so 5 needs to be displayed. This is something that goes through the LLM or the thing that is in the background. And then it does divided by 3, and then press enter or equal, and you get the result and so on. Nothing has been working. There is no code behind it. It is just generated on the fly by the AI system. Cool. I saw this and I was like, cool, this is the same concept that um, I've had in 2013, which I called the adaptive UI, and that never worked because my boss was not really happy with it. He said that would be too much work. So we didn't do it. But the main idea from me on that adaptive UI was to adapt to the user, saying that, for example, let's say I'm using this as a view, as a system, because it makes sense. And for some reason, we as the system add an invisible hit zone, hitbox around buttons and inputs and things to see like where the user is going to click. Most likely, the reason for this was for the chat box at the bottom for most page. It wasn't really common at the time. It just started to be a thing, but not necessarily like the most common chat being in the bottom right and so on. And the goal for this invisible hitbox thing was to say if the user on mobile is tapping the button but isn't within the hitbox of the button, but is within the invisible outer box there, we can, after a while, move that box toward the zone in which the user is clicking. So that by default, their muscle memory is going to be like kind of above the button or on the right of the button or on the left of the button. But we figure that out. And instead of like telling them, oh, you've hit the button, you didn't hit the button and you needed to just like hit a bit more on the right or on the left or whatever, we just say, okay, they hit the invisible things around it, so they wanted to click the button, that's for sure. Next time we're going to move it 4 pixels in that direction and see if they hit the button next time or if they are still on the invisible hitbox. And then next time they hit the button again and they are like basically at the edge. So we're like, okay, cool, let's move it like 8 pixels on that same direction. So it adapt to the user. That was the main idea, mainly for placements of buttons here and there. And then obviously there were some sort of fail-safe to not like move things 20 to 40 pixels toward a direction or it will be out of the way or out of the layout, but just like 16 pixels is fine in total. Um, and we had other options as well for things like, okay, cool. The user wants to have something that is dedicated to them, aka customization, and therefore we need to create the customization option. That's too much work. Let's create a system that allow for users to generate or define their own customization interfaces, and then that's what we display for them. Same thing, too complex at the time. Right now, there has been another user that has done something very similar to this, which is you ask for something like, I need a table that contains an infinite amount of cells and an infinite amount of columns and rows, something similar to Excel, but I don't want it to be as powerful as Excel. It just needs to have like basic functions. Let's generate that. And then the AI models that is running in the background is going to generate that. In the Nothing phone, you have the essential space and the essential widgets, if I remember correctly, that are giving users the ability to just generate things that are useful to them on that day at that time. And then it's either throwaway code or it's something that they will use multiple times. We don't really know, but they can just generate something on device without having to think about it. That's basically the idea. Right here, the point of this is, I think, a proof of concept of the operating system doesn't exist, but the operating system exists. Like you can see a Windows XP inspired thing, but it's not code. It's just like generated on the fly, on demand, when necessary for the thing that the user is requesting, which is half good and half bad in a way. It's good because you can have like the most customized things possible. It's bad because it's always going to be looking really bad and it's never going to be exactly what the user is wanting. Probably in like 5 years, it's going to be exactly what they want. But this, as a proof of concept, is interesting. If you look at the comments, one of them said, um, I don't know if it's gonna, yeah, right there. uh, this is funny and useless software that I've made and it's fun and look at it. And then the investors are like, oh yeah, this is pretty interesting. This is really good. We don't need to have the code. We just need to generate on demand. So that's the type of thing that are currently in the brains of some people, which is not necessarily good, but yeah. Show me all demographic inspiration from A's last streams, and they say give me handles to sort them thing into a bucket. Yeah, like that could be a thing that you could do. Going back to the Microsoft, what's the name of this thing that backfired, that was taking a screenshot of your screen? I mean, screenshot it off the screen, but taking a screenshot every 3 seconds or something. Um, I forgot. You know what I'm talking about. Same concept, same idea. It is something that would work. It's not Copilot. It's Rewind, or you might have been. It is a mix of Copilot and AI and taking a screenshot of your computer, and then the backlash was because it was recall. Thank you, Jessica. Welcome on in. It was doing. It was holding all of the screenshots in clear in a folder. So if you just knew where it was, you could just get there, copy that to your drive, and then have access to everything. Everything that they have seen, the password that they typed, and everything. If at one point they were looking at their password manager and then open a thing and it just took a screenshot of like 5 passwords at once, you'd have access to that. So, it's just, it's interesting. So, With recall, specifically, you would have been able to say, "Oh, we've seen that 2 days ago on a stream. I forgot what the thing was." And so that's one of the options, one of the things that could be in there that could be useful and nice for you if you wanted to just have like the micrographics and so on. But isn't it just easier to just send me a text and say, "What's the fucking micrographics that you showed me?" And me sending it back to you. I know it might not be as fast because I might be taking a shit at some point, and I'm not having links at the ready. But um, yeah, um, I know. So there is things the latest thing that we have been talking about that is roughly PewDiePie uh, this is workspace thing that is roughly doing the same thing and having AI memory internally that never leaves your computer and so on is interesting. The fact that this is PewDiePie made is crazy, but it's interesting as well. Like this is one of the most fun thing that I've seen, and it's very AI generated, and you can tell. And the design is really shit, but I don't mind. The scroll is the most obnoxious thing. It's just it's just so bad. Um, but nonetheless, interesting. And it's it's a potential thing that you can just use, and it might not be as good as recall, but it might be good. We never know. Um, and with that thing, with recall, you could say to your interface things, whatever, we've seen that. I don't remember the name, which is what happens to me all the time, which is the reason why I built this for myself. Like this is the reason. I see so much shit on Twitter and I like so much shit on Twitter. Like there is so many things that I'm looking at and I'm like, "Oh cool, this is really neat. This is something that we could talk about on stream. Let me just like it." And then we spent because now it's kind of fixed, a ton of time in me just scrolling through this and trying to figure out where was this thing that I saw that we needed to talk about, because it's just like I can't find it. And so I built myself this so that I have access to all of my likes. And every morning, I'm getting a recap of all the likes from the previous day. And I just saw them Tinder style. And at the end of that, I have a recap of everything that I wanted to keep, either for reference for me for later or to talk about on stream. Like this one, I just wanted to talk about the design itself and the simplicity of these credit card things because I think they look cool and very interesting compared to regular credit cards. But is it something that really necessarily like needs a stream segment, whatever? And not really. Is it cool? Yeah. Am I talking about it now? Yeah. Is that enough? Yeah, we can move on. So, like that's the type of thing that we have. And it's just it makes my life easier just because I don't have to go and tumble on this entire fucking amount of likes as mentioned prior. I like a lot of things. Like like a lot of things. And yeah, I just needed a way to sort things out. And it's only been running since um March. Like that's the first thing that I could kind of save at this point. So, yeah. Can it add tags? No, it doesn't. It could in the beginning add description or reason for why I like the thing, and then that broke and I didn't fix it because every time I try to fix it, it breaks the entire thing. But that's also like very interesting, and for the same reason, again, this is going to be outdated and impossible to use very soon because we are already at 730 saved tweet right there in about 2 months. And I kind of want to give you a bit of an idea of the range. 731 saved liked tweets. Usually I I kind of save like 5 on any given run, 5 to 10. And usually on the next day, I have like 160 new liked tweets to review. So the total amount of liked tweet that has been scraped is probably 10 times that. Just because again, I just like this. It's, yeah, I like things. I think that when I did that the first time, we were at 101,000 likes in my liked tweet, and now we are 105, so there is 4,000 likes in total that went through. And out of the 4,000 likes, only 700 made it out in the saved things. And most importantly, this thing that I've built is only fetching if the tweet has media. So if it's like a reply to a tweet that has a media, it's going to save that. If it is a tweet with an image, a video, it's going to save that. If it's a link to a YouTube video, it doesn't count it. So there are plenty of things that I don't have. If it's just text, it doesn't gonna, not gonna work, not gonna save anything. And it's crazy. And then, because we can do that, I downloaded the entirety of my liked stuff because you can request your data on Twitter, and I ended up with a zip that has, I don't think it's going to be here. I ended up with a zip with everything in there. And yeah, basically I created my own pocket, but automated. The main difference is that Pocket is you need to do the action of saving 2 pockets. I made this system halfway automated in the sense that it's just, if I like something, it's gonna go in the potential like to review, and then on the morning I can just review things and be done with it. I don't know if Pocket is dead. Maybe it is. I haven't heard from them in a long time. Right now we are mostly on this. That's I was about to say that's a missing image. Heaper from Yan that is in chat from time to time, often, not from time to time, often, and then Eagle. Is it eagle.cool? It is. Brain. Ego is the same system, but it's just like it's not automated, and I want this shit to be as automated as possible. because I don't want to think. I don't want to remember. And what I love is the fucking Tinder style thing in the morning that I can do on my phone and just review stuff and say, well, cool, I like that. I'm going to save that for that reason or something else. Also use Heaper. It's made by the community. We support the community. The community is good. You know, we like it. There is a ton of work going on in there. We do support No Mercy as well. I've been talking about it a lot. Um, but yeah, other than that, for micrographics and inspiration and so on, Pinterest is still king, which is kind of sad. Um, but yeah, that's the thing. So going back to the VibeOS ID to police in what you wanted to have, what is your point on this? Because you shared the video, but not not much after that. um, I don't. So going back to my take on this, I don't think it's a bad idea to have generated UI on demand or throwaway code that is there to like. Um, I appreciate it. That's good. Be careful. Twitch has a limit in characters for messages, and my brain as well. um, I think throwaway code is a good option for when you want to try something and test something out. So you can see that when you do unit testing, which I don't, I know, but when you do unit testing and you just say, let's test the thing to make sure that it works. If the test passes and then you're done and you're good and you change things in the thing that you were testing, that test is going to be thrown away. If you needed to have your files renamed, you may be writing a Python script that is going to be simply just like used once or twice and then thrown away. And so that type of thing is potentially good. But yeah, reliability and user trust in such UI is non-existent. Nope. Considering there was zero human reviews, it's not deterministic. It means that if you asked for a calculator, it's going to create a calculator. If you ask for a calculator again, it might create a calculator again, which has the buttons in a different placement. And with time, there might be something in the sense of if it generates something once, it saves it to save resources, to not have to regenerate something again. But other than that, not trustable. A UI that intelligently adapts to the user's needs is a great concept that would need a lot of work and a lot of revision to be actually useful. If CEO wants to vibe shit out these features, they will fail cinematically. Yes, 100% as well. um, Considering the design programming scale by definition, so the efficiency gain isn't substantial. I think we do want on-demand procedurally generated things, but not for uh, foundational things. So we kind of want to be able to say, again, what I just built here. Like I want I want an app that is providing, like right now, for example, I mean, not right now, but like right now, um, there is an agent that is running in circles and have a very, very hard time understanding what needs to happen. And I need to go back to this thing and figure it out. But the goal for this is to scrape and parse a very specific website and return um, some sort of a CSV slash JSON format slash whatever. But I want to do that on a schedule, and I want to do that with, at the end of the schedule, return something that is going to give me an output. So here is the ID. Also, why is this not? I wanna close that. That's what I want to do. Close it. Stay closed. Um, so this one is a generated project, app, things, UI, and it works. It's broken. It is fully broken, but it works, and it works well enough for me to keep using it. And then because I also have access to the code itself, I can't really edit the code, not directly at least, but I do have access to it. If I really needed or if I really wanted to update some of the content, I could do that, and it wouldn't be like that much work for the agent, for the AI, and for myself either. So that's a reason why I'm saying we might want this as temporary solutions that might become, as always, the most foundational elements of projects. But I don't think the general public wants this. I think we as tinkerer and creatives and people that have a brain that works a bit differently than other people would want generative UI and generated UI on demands and other procedurally thinked or thought systems for research purposes, for exploration purposes. And that's basically what we're doing and what we were talking about here with the rendering of that design right there that is rendered by an AI system that is running through Figma servers, and I don't know what it does and how it works and whatever. This is bad design, but good enough for a proof of concept. I needed an ID out of my head, and I generated something. It looks okay enough. I can then come in, change some things manually, and then have the output that I needed to have. So it has vibe generated the UI, and because it's Figma, I'm obviously going to work on that in a Figma way, in a designer way. When it comes to like a full product or full app, I think at some point, yes. And it's like hyper customization of the OS. So if you, as someone, whoever that is, watching the stream, you're like, I don't like the interface of Twitch. It's not to my liking. I would rather have something that looks like Vimeo. Please don't. And they just generate something that is a JavaScript script that is running in the browser that restarts the entire thing, and then gives the user their requested creation might be an option. Other components built normally to kind of not. So for this thing, in order to showcase what happens, because it's pretty interesting, bitch, we had a chat. um, we sent 3 messages. We sent a first message that was, we want to create the homepage of a streaming platforms with the purple accent color. As always, this is the least sensible prompt that we could give to any AI. The goal is to see if it works. If the prompt is shit, it did kind of works. It did the works. It's created something that we didn't see. The sticky nav bar with the logo was not visible in the first place. It was behind the. It is Figma. It's within Figma. It's one of the beta features that I'm currently testing, and you can only have access to that if you request access. You will have access to that after config. I'm expecting that, but it is within Figma, and it's using Claude. I think in the background because they have a partnership, but I'm not sure. It is a paid feature, yes. And then I said, now that we have this, we need a detail page. It did that in 1 minute, like 2 minutes in total. And then there, I don't know why it had the footer that was selected. I think that's the main issue. Nonetheless, I said on both of the pages, we need to transform things, and also I made a typo here, I just noticed that, into components, and use these or those instead of duplicating the frames. It thought for 6 minutes, which is impressively long for what it is, but then created this list of things, which apparently we can't do, and every tag, everything like this, are clickable elements that would navigate me to the component in question. And you have all of these components that have been used and replaced. And it created a frame called components with all of the components in them. The creation of said components was really bad. The designs was the same, or is still the same because we haven't changed anything. So it didn't save the override options, and it created this inside of a frame and with a layout that was really bad, with everything in one line instead of a neat stack like this. So I had to just reorganize this, kind of clean up some of these things, interact with them, add some properties to make them like more important or more intuitive for users. And I also created that component manually because it didn't do that manually or automatically. And I used master, which gave me the ability to just use or reuse the overrides that were already in there. So it kept the images, it kept the text, it kept the numbers automatically without me having to think about it. And now these two are components as well. So I could have done that with master like inherently from the beginning, but I did it. But yeah, so overall, it's a B minus to me if you rate in letters, which is not my case. But yeah, Mizi, welcome in. How are you? But it is something that is like, okay, I'm pretty good. I'm tired as fuck. But a lot of people have landed today. So maybe, yeah, maybe today is the day. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people have been doing these very, very slow drop. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. I get it. I get it. Damn. Damn. Well, everyone is not landing. So sad. So sad. Do I think this feature is going to get better over time? Yes, obviously. As we always say, this is the worst it's going to get, or this is the worst is going to be. It's only gonna get better, but it's also only gonna get more expensive, and it's also gonna be more gated and less accessible because if if some companies don't need you anymore, then it's going to be more expensive because it's the company paying. And at the end of the day, it's going to be something that's probably going to cost more than hiring a human that is going to take a lot more time, but at the end will end up with something that is better. Um, because as we mentioned before, the current state of things is user generates something, and then user generates something, and then AI trained on these, and AI generates something, and then AI trained of what came before, so it is human generated plus AI generated, and then things happen, and right now AI trained on these, which is only the thing that AI has created, and we are ending up in a cycle where these original polished things are kind of lost art. So for the next, I guess, 5 to 10 years, and I know this is a long time, uh, we're gonna have a lot of hard time for some designers to find jobs just because it's gonna be like, well, I can hire an AI assistant thing to do the job for you for like, I don't know, $2,000 a year, and you cost me $3,000 a month, so it's not worth it. And so that's probably going to happen for a while, and you end up with things that are like probably going to get better, but not like as good as the original. And it's also going to be trained on the AI stuff only or mostly. And at that point, because the subventions and all of the subsidies that happens right now are going in the dust, um, it's probably going to be more expensive to use the AI system because you're going to burn through your tokens like way faster. And at that time, when it's like $2,000 to get something that looks like the rest, or you can hire someone that has the skills and the eyes to just use that and say, okay, cool. So that's the thing that you wanted to have. Here is the polished version. Like this is the exactly perfect version that you wanted to have. And it's based on what the AI has generated. But then we have a human that basically review and do things. This is probably going to happen in the beginning as well. But I have a feeling that a lot of companies, specifically startups, are going to remove humans when they can just to save cost. And that's not going to be good. So I don't think it will replace us entirely. Um, I said that before, and I know that doesn't work with a lot of you either. I don't think it will replace me because I have the expertise and the 20 years of experience of previous design existence that comes in and can see things through the AI generation thing. I think this will replace the entry level designers, but I also see this as in order for the entry level designers to be at the same level as me, the type of training that they are receiving in school needs to be very specific so that they gain off my knowledge, basically, before they enter the workforce. And then when they enter the workforce, they are basically at the same level as me. So that curriculum shift in schools and training and so on is going to take, I think, 3 to 5 years before schools figure out that, oh, yeah, we need to adapt. because they always take so much time. So there is like a right now already there is a bit of a shift where designers are hired in the companies that have the money to hire them, and they are mostly hiring like designers that have already a ton of skills, and then the junior designers have a hard time finding jobs, or they find a job immediately and then they job hop just because they can. But it's a bit of a weird thing for the people that are in the middle, so middle ground, that are paid median salary plus, I would say, would have a bit of a hard time. People like me that are paid a ton may have an easier time soon because we have the knowledge, and so we kind of need to train the AI in a way. Uh, and the entry levels is just like, at the end of the day, the junior designers right now is probably going to use AI to generate things and not use their degrees in design to build and create stuff. So it's not necessarily a replacement. Um, and the skill that you need, which is the most important part, I guess, is understanding the design in a way that just helps and is like taste is weird. It's a weird word. We are using it too much lately, so I don't want to use taste, but getting into something and seeing, understanding, and communicating the why. Like, why does this design work? Like, why does this catch your eyes? What's the reason? Can an AI explain this thing? If yes, is it true? How did it came to be? Is it something that can only come to be because you have been a designer in the past and therefore you know what these hankers means, you know what these underline means, you recognize the selection from like After Effects or from like Adobe Illustrator and so on. So that is the type of skills that you need to have, or at least you need to cultivate internally for you to just know, okay, cool. So I get that this is good design, or at least like good enough design, but why is that good enough design? Like, what's the differentiator between the rest of the design that we've seen? Well, there is something in there that is like more organic, more generated. That is like the receipt with the signature right there. There is the file layout, the paper in the background. Um, all of that is interesting, but is it good? I don't know. And then you need to cultivate that to make sure that it stands out. Like, maybe this is something that you vibe with a bit more, a bit more. I don't know. Maybe that is. Why is it good? Why is it bad? What do you like it? What do you don't like it? And so on. As always, when I'm talking about this, um, a lot of people are hearing the fact that I'm saying, take a look at what is good. Also, take a look at what is bad, please, and understand why things are bad. Like, if you see something and you're like, this is shit, look at it. Like, very deeply look at it, understand why you think it's shit, why you think it's like it's really bad. It has a component out of it that just like doesn't make any fucking sense, or the layout is wrong, or the color scheme is wrong, the grid is not respected. Like, all of that thing is the reason why you kind of stand out as a designer or dev or creator or whatever, and you have a bit of an advantage on the others. Do I think that fair trade and human design have a future? Yes and no. Um, you have this right now, which seems to be somehow of a trade slash label. So human made, as in These are the design that are like made by humans, and all of that is interesting. Some of them have been AI generated, and I know about that. So I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna keep them believing that everything is human generated, but you know, it's gonna be fine. Um, it's really handmade, hand drawn. Ever be a way to stand out from AI design? So hand drawn is gonna stand out. Yes, if you have seen the backlash on the Coca-Cola advertising compared to the praise of the Porsche ads, they both came out roughly at the same time, I think with a month or two in difference. The ads for Coke has been laughed at so much. There is so many inconsistencies, so many things that don't make sense. The truck that is running through the snow is seven different trucks. And it makes absolutely no sense. And then Porsche has said, let's hire an illustrator and a team to hand drawn some sort of an animated ad, and then it stood out so much. And people were like, this is great. This is great content. However, as always, I always need to mention this and do that however thing. The ads and the visuals that we have seen so far have been shitty, and we could tell them apart. You can't anymore. We've been talking about this one for a while, and I've been showcasing that video specifically almost every time we talk about AI getting better. This is already, by my own standards, an old video. This is from April. These two videos are 100% AI generated. If you don't pay attention, you can't tell. If you pay attention, you can. There is obvious tells all over the place. But if you don't pay attention and you are looking at things through your feed, through anything else, it's just crazy. And again, from my own standards, this is an old video, meaning that the quality of these models is going to get better and better and better until we can't tell. This is what the consumer can access. So I'm guessing that there are still things that are prosumer and enterprise level only that would create videos and things that you wouldn't be able to tell if they have been AI generated or not. We already have some issues with image stills. I have one that I can't really show you. I'm going to see if I can just cap on some stuff. But there is an account that is, I'm almost certain that this is not a girl. Almost certain. I'm gonna see if I can just not give you the titties one, because that might make sense. I mean, this one is a bit too already. I wish I could find the specific that made me like, this is AI generated, I'm sure of it. Not really. She doesn't have that much titties. She's much like thighs and ass, which I appreciate. There are some titties here and there as well. The fact that the titties sizes changes from photos to photos, and it's like not just a push-up bra. Um, I wish I had this thing in question because that makes sense. Well, let's just check. This one is too much, and these two are gonna be good, I think. So this is scientific. um, what made me say this account is 100% AI generated is the fact that the room is identical in every single video or every single pictures. The sun is in the exact same space. The books are in the exact same space. This one, for some reason, has a shelf on top or mirror angle thing. But the sun being in the exact same time of day, plants move. If you have ever seen a slow motion of a plant, plants move and they are exactly in the same spot. Like when you overlay both pictures together, every single details is in the exact same spot. When you're looking at the picture itself, it looks kind of blurry, but not that much. And if you're on your phone, things are pretty accurate and pretty true to like lifelike. And this is someone that has the ability to do that. Obviously, in the comment section, it's just men. Like there is no question about it. Like they don't know. I'm sorry, they can't tell. But again, already we can't tell. There is a ton of people. There is a ton of things where the the creations and the generation of images is already too much to like uh be discerned by the regular people. So to go back to the initial question of do I think that a label that says no AI, human made, organic, like we've talked about that before, is a good thing or is viable? I do think yes. I think most of the time, um, it's gonna appeal to a very specific type of people. Not saying that it's a bad thing, uh, but we also are going to see a decline for sure of AI generated things in the advertisement industry because every time we've seen an AI generated ads so far, the backlash and the response has been thank you for telling me I will never buy from you ever again. Like there is a very specific type of people that are saying this, but there is a big portion of the population right now that is very much anti-AI without understanding what AI means, which is really funny for me because I'm seeing a ton of people that are doing I don't like AI, fuck AI, and then they are using TikTok filters that are using AI to regenerate them as a Disney princess. And I'm like, fuck you. What the fuck are you doing? So, like that happens. Because they don't understand what AI means and what it is. It's just like following the trends that people are saying fuck AI. So that's a different discussion. Nonetheless, important discussion as well. But it still means that because of that movement of anti AI or anti generative AI, aka image generation, most people don't really care about text generation unless it's text generation for books. Like if you're writing a book, you are writing a book. You're not asking an AI to write a book for you, which is kind of not the point. Um, But whatever, so anything that is like generative for the creative process, people are kind of against it. Anything that is generative for um, something else, they are okay with it. Um, and again, the thing that I mentioned before, no one knows what AI is because AI doesn't exist. And what we currently have is large language models or LLMs and transformers and a lot of machine learning, a lot of big data set with probabilities that is used on top of these big data sets. And so for myself, me having a brain in issue that I needed to get like an MRI every year to check if it's like progressing, not progressing, if I'm gonna die next month or not. That's not the case. Um, the AI system, which they call AI system, which are just like machine learning and computer vision enhanced to understand the imaging, helps me a lot. Like it just checked the thing. We can compare with the previous image properly. We have the cuts in the exact same spot. We have everything that we need. And the machine learning that is in there is really good. It's really useful. It helps a ton. And people want that. But when you say like fuck AI and fuck all AIs, that in the realm of most people includes these advancements and people don't like it. So nonetheless, um, it's it's the thing. I don't know if you've seen the teeny tiny trend on Twitter of I think it's mostly Japanese people, at least for myself, it's mostly Japanese people that are adding. Did I do that on Twitter? Or was this on Threads? I don't remember. We'll see if I can find it. They are basically creating cutouts of. Did I save it? Let me check if I saved it first, because otherwise, waste of search. I did not. I did not. I did not. God damn it. They are basically creating cutouts of the Gemini star and putting it in the video held with something and then saying like this is AI, which is kind of funny as a concept from my point of view. Um, but again, continuing on my tangent of things, it is something that because of the anti-AI crowd and because of the fact that some people are saying, well, if you are using AI in your ads, I'm not buying from you ever again. It will imply that some companies, like the Porsche advertising that we had, will like basically use real humans to create things instead of generated content. And that is a bit of a silver lining in the system. And it means that if you have, that's the thing in question. I think this is funny. I think this is funny. I like the concept. I like that concept. I think this is very. This is Korean, not Japanese. My bad. My bad. My bad. I think this is a great idea. Ah, anyways, so I've been seeing some of these as well as presentation of this is AI. So going back to the fact that now image as evidence doesn't count anymore. And the thing that I mentioned last time, which right now I have closed this, which makes sense, um, which is crazy, by the way. I'm gonna preface with that. But did I do that here? No. Did I do that here? Yes. We mentioned that before. The sketch underneath is a presentation of how AI can be used to fake something. I didn't do that sketch. This is 100% Nano Banana Pro using this as a base, generating a sketch. So you image as evidence, mm-mm, not a thing. Not anymore. Like this is, and again, this is like I did that to showcase my point last time on stream and said if you want to generate something that looks like a sketch, you can, and it's way easier than you think. And I just prompted the whatever thing. I selected that and I said, generate a sketch of this. Make sure to have the construction lines and like make it like human and organic kind of thing. Just spit it out this. As we mentioned, it added the tail of the A as if it was like something that we had selected. It has different curve visually. When you're looking at it, it looks like kind of wonky. But when you're just overlapping these two together, and I'm just like making sure that this is, you know, the same size. It's like exactly on point. Anyways, to answer your question, having a stamp or on a website or a print ad that says this is not AI is gonna be preferred by some people, not by most, because people don't see the difference anyways, not anymore. Um, the thing that I've seen already, if you are someone that is listening to music on YouTube, you probably have found stuff that are shit like this, like GGG, which is probably like AI generated music. But you have others that are doing the same thing with a no AI lo-fi music. And a lot of people in the comments are saying, I'm here before the AI starts to say no AI in the titles. And so that is probably going to happen. So for me, the badge, the stamps, the things, the way for us to know that something is absolutely truly organic and human made is not an option anymore. I don't think it is. For the same reason that the AI generated things with this star in the bottom right corner is something that people crop. Like we can just simply crop that and remove the watermark with no issues. The images that are generated going back to the Figma file, this is Nano Banana Pro. I don't see a single watermark on this thing. I it has not, and this is a generated image. It probably contain the noise pattern that Nano Banana has in the generation. But if I wanted to just you know, just be me for 1 second. Um, there's no more AI watermark. Like it's out. Like if I send that to Gemini right now, it would probably say, well, no, that's an absolutely fine image. No issues there. Like it's that type of kind of crazy thing that are just like, All right, fine. Um, but I don't think your skills are worth less, but they are worth less. Um, in some people's eyes, that's the thing. Going back to what I just said, there is uh like there is a cast of people that are absolutely anti-AI and would willingly look for someone like you to do 3D rendering and 3D illustration and landscapes and whatever the fuck you do in 3D, pieces of whatever, um, because they would rather use human creativity to create things than use an AI to create something. And there is a very specific cast of people that would do the absolute opposite because, well, AI can do it. And AI can do it for free right now. It will not later, but for now it's free, and therefore it makes sense. Going back to what we said earlier, we had, I think, at the beginning of last week, we had an article that came out of a company that was paying so much in inference for AI tokens for code that they could have hired, I think, one dev and a half and get the same results, maybe even faster, because the dev that would know what they were doing would probably use the AI in a way that is like more effective and more efficient. Um, but you know, like that's the type of realization that might happen as well, in the sense that right now AI and other LLMs and so on, um, is when we talk about inference is the cost of tokens roughly. Um, so it's how much it costs for running the AI somewhere and the electrics and the GPUs and so on at the same time. Um, But there might be a point again where the 3D rendering in AI are more expensive than hiring you. And you may need to, lower your prices for a while, which is really bad. But you gotta do what you gotta do, and then move on. But yeah, again, right now we've had um when was this? I think it was Theo that was talking about that. I mean, everyone has been talking about that, but um, see Theo in the not the not this one. God damn it! But um, maybe it's this one. I don't remember. I don't really care, to be honest. But if he was basically showcasing, it's this one. It was showcasing something, a specific charts about the profitability of the AI labs, and there was a chart that was basically explaining, showcasing that potentially um, there is profit on Anthropic for the first time, which is crazy. But yeah. So, nonetheless, if that's the case, then that is impressive. And that means that the subsidization um, is going to kind of taper down a bit. There is the IPOs that are supposed to happen that will increase the prices, and it's going to be kind of interesting to see. But yeah, again, as I mentioned, related to that specific thing of AI costs being more and more expensive, my goal is to run things locally for me, for myself, without having the need for internet or something on my device, and then be done. And not have to think about any subscription, any price of anything, and have like a model that can just run things and be good enough. And that is going to come into play kind of soon-ish, not really, but kind of. And I think the type of models that are going to be able to do that are going to be massive models that are not necessarily like runnable locally on most machines, but will be runnable in a mixture of experts or MOE. I forgot exactly what the words are, which is basically like you have one of the biggest models and you are only using a portion of it at any given time. So, you know, all of that. Um, which one? This one? This one? Ah, the phone. The phone. And now the question, is this AI generated? Or is this uh or is this a real picture? Mm. Mm. I don't know if I would say clearly. I think the fingerprints are pretty well placed. They might be a bit low at times, but also that makes kind of sense for some people. I think this one is real, but maybe the mockup can be AI. I mean, Dimitri is doing a lot of things, so he's been building a ton of shit, so I'm expecting his content to be pretty uh true. um but we talked about that before as well. We had an image that was like, oh yeah, this is AI, and I can tell. And then I was right. And then I was right. But going back to the discussion, I do think also yes for that. For sure. For sure. I'm gonna zoom in on that and keep it there. Um I think there is a place for a badge or a certificate or something that is um related to human generated, organic made, non-AI created, and so on. Like that's probably going to appeal to a lot of people. That's a certainty. But it's also going to be a very small cast of people. The people that know about what AI is like 1,000 people tops. The people that have heard and used an LLM and used the term AI for it is probably like, I don't know, let's say 10% of the population, the global population, if not just eight, I don't know, but not a lot. And uh, the people that have heard of it but don't know what it is or haven't really used any LLMs in the past year is probably the vast majority of people. And the amount of things, yeah, like people that really understand what an AI is supposed to be, not an LLM, like an artificial intelligence, which again is very, very, very different to a transformer or a large language model or something else. Um, but I don't think there is more than 1,000 people that are like really niche down into what artificial intelligence in the current realm, which doesn't exist yet, is really. Anyways, so that alone is a is a fact that right now, and I've seen that so many times with, and it's kind of sad, uh, black creators being depicted as users of AI to sell things that are from AliExpress, and it's the exact same thing. It's the same types of video of uh, like people that are the a fair or an outdoor market or something, and people not liking their products, and it's usually black people that are depicted in there so that it appeals to the black community, specifically in the US. I've seen things from like goth girl creating lamps, and they are shit, but I can tell, but most people can't. And I'm blocking these accounts, but most of the time it's the exact same template, which is crazy. And yeah, I don't think I can potentially show you that. Can I potentially show you that? Maybe if I have system notifications, but I doubt I would have system notifications in there. In the maybe? Apparently not. Apparently not. Um, I wish I could click on these things, but it makes no sense. Um, yeah, I don't. Again, I'm not talking about LLMs. I'm talking about the fact that no one knows what AI is. Um, even if it's 10,000, 10,000 is no one. Um, it's it's not a yeah, it's not a viable amount of people to be impactful and to be considered as the majority. That's basically what I'm saying. Other than that, um, I wish I could show you the videos that I have in sometimes on my feed. Right, sadly, every time I see one, I'm uh, I could potentially do that. I'm reporting them and blocking the account, so I'm missing a ton of them. Can I see this? I doubt. I doubt. It's not going to be in my activity centers. That's never going to be the case. Um, in my settings, maybe in my blocked account, that's exactly where it needs to be. Um, yeah, I don't think. I'm gonna be able to see any of that, to be honest. Um, it doesn't make any sense. Most of the people that I've blocked lately are French for obvious reasons and soccer fans, which is really bad. Yeah. I can't even click on these things and then get a link to their account. That makes no sense. Um, anyways. LLMs are not a glorified calculators. It's even worse than this, non traveler. LLMs are text prediction. That's it. It's probability on a dictionary based on the previous word. Um, it is, isn't it? It's a very short thing. But when you are typing a text to someone and you're just typing on the center word in at the top row of your iPhone if you have an iPhone, or the keyboard if you have like whatever Android phone that you have, it's the same thing. And that's basically what an LLM is. It's just like predicting the most probable words option. Um, and yeah, it's just it makes sense. Why do I hate the French so much? Because the football fans from last week, for example, that's one of the reasons. Um, it doesn't. It doesn't. So the large language models are converting the words into numbers because it's easier to use um, a bunch of numbers to store the type, like the as an ID, basically. And like the words themselves, the meaning of the words makes no sense, but the token itself has a number or an ID, and it's just predicting the next token, the next numbers, or the next piece of a word that needs to be used in that sentence. And that's the only thing. There is no calculation other than like if you give it a math problem, the probability of it making a mistake is greater than if you give it to a calculator. Like a calculator is probably not going to make a mistake if you have a TI or something, if you know what that is. Because I don't know if the word is the same where we are. But that's the again that pissed me off. That was not supposed to happen. Um, that the LLMs is just like predicting the next tokens, predicting the next piece of text. Um, yeah, you are thinking of it as a yeah, but calculator doesn't calculator is for numbers, which is the thing that I don't like. It's for words, and it's specifically for pieces of word, which is even crazier when you take a token generators and you just see the split of a sentence of where it splits the words. It sometimes just split the thing in the middle of a fucking words, and it's just like the probability of the next thing being this makes sense, and it's weird. It's really weird to me. But again, the main thing is just they don't know. They have no clue. They don't know what they are saying. We don't know that. I mean, we understand what they are saying because we can read it. They don't know what we are saying. It's just like based on all of these tokens that the user has sent me right now, it means that the most probable output is going to be this, followed by this, followed by this, followed by this, based on what I just did, followed by this, and so on. It is nonetheless extremely impressive. I'm still not gonna deny that. The fact that I have websites, apps, designs, things that have been generated by something that is predicting the next most logical output possible is impressive. But yeah, um, there was floating points value should produce errors when close to max value. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know enough about that to be able to talk about it, to be honest. But nonetheless, yeah, the whole things, the whole discussion is still true, still maintained as truth, and I appreciate it. I do think that a label that says made by human is going to appeal to some people, specifically if you are someone that's building handmade stuff on Etsy, for example. I'm almost certain that if you have uh, a human-made, non-AI label on your thumbnails, you're probably going to have something that is going to appeal to a specific type of people. If you have on Etsy again, if you have something that is like labeled as not 3D printed or like manually created potteries, whatever, it's probably going to help. And the reason why we see so many AI videos of handwritten, handmade craft, which is not handmade because it's like AI generated videos of the person making them, but they don't make anything. It's just like AliExpress stuff. Um, is for that reason because they need a proof that the thing that they have made is handmade made. And right now on Etsy, a lot of people are requesting video proof of the creations. So yeah. So for now, for example, if I were to replace myself with a digital avatar that looks like me with the hair and shit, um, you know, um, you would probably be able to tell that it's not me unless I train the entirety of the models on um, the past 5 years of streaming, and it picks up my tone of voice, it picks up my cadence, it picks up the type of thing that I've said, because obviously I know a ton of things, but I don't know everything, and most of the things that I'm saying on stream are repeated 50 times per year, if not more. At least once a week. That's basically what I'm saying. And it's just like as soon as you have the entirety, you've been here long enough, you know exactly everything that I will say, unless we're talking about new topics like AI, which is really cool. I like to talk about it because it's like new visions, new ideas, new things that we haven't exchanged on before, and therefore it gives a bit of a different angle on things, and my content is a bit like novel. But yeah, I just do that. Yes, yes, I do. But if I did, like, have an AI generated avatar with something like what's the name of that? It's not Sea Dance, but Sea Dance is really good for that. But nonetheless, creating a version of me that is like non-real, um, it could be interesting. Could be interesting. Um, I mean, as always, the pixelated titties is just for safety's sake. But I'm looking at things on threads, which is fine. Like it's safe. HeyGen is an option. This is not the one that I had in mind, but it's similar. There is like there is a very specific model that is made to create a duplicate of yourself. Um, but yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, and we have done that. Let me just go back there because it's it's kind of it's kind of glorious. I don't know if I saved that in images or if I saved that in. I did not. I saved. I probably saved that in chat. Yes, I did. Um, LLMs do say fuck. This is a response from Claude within the chat. These two, like, this one is almost unprompted. I just think if you could see the text there, like if only you could see the text and then it figure it out. This one I just said bitch in the beginning, which might have triggered something, but LLMs do curse at times, which is good. Um, but you know, it happens. It's it's fine. It's fine. Um, I did not. I watched something else. I think I clicked on one and then I was watching something else and then I forgot and Arc closed the tab and then I forgot. I absolutely forgot. Uh, so I might have to click on that later. Yes, I have not. Um, no, I don't. I don't curse to cursor. Like that's one of the things that um, I have been saying most of the time. I'm not someone that says curse a ton to or fuck a ton in text format. When I'm writing, I'm not saying it's just like it's vocal. It's a punctuation mark. It makes sense. You know, it's there to emphasize something. But in text, it's just like nah, nah. And also, since I learned that the models kind of track it and has a system that says if user curse, it's usually negative, and therefore it's tracked, and the model on that session specifically is going to behave um, like badly, worse sometimes. So to avoid that, I tend to not do so. Sometimes I do, but I mostly tend to not do so, or at least trying to not do so, because it's just like it's easier, it's better. Um, yeah, maybe, maybe it is a different types of. You're absolutely right. Response type of things. Nonetheless, um, it is interesting. I again going back to the 3D things, taking your job and making your artistry worthless. I don't think that's the case. I think your skills are still going to be useful to a very specific type of people. That the people that are willing to pay for design that is human made are still going to be there, and that the probability as well is that if you are like me and you don't care about money, but you are still getting paid a ton of money because you have the skills, um, there is a very specific type of clients that comes to you. It's the clients that have the money, and again, the one that I mention every time is the same thing. My biggest project to date is a client that paid me 120K for a project that lasted for a bit more than a year. So it's a long project, but still 120K, which I appreciate. The that type of client, and it was a long time ago. That type of client is still the type of client that today would be willing to drop the same amount of money, if not more, on the right person, and probably would not. offset that to an AI model. Like, would probably just say, I know that person is going to do it for like that amount of money, and I know that the result is going to be good, and I can trust that. So, like that's the thing, 25%, 25%, which is good, which is good tax. But yeah, the great thing is that because it was split into 2 years, there's basically as if it was like 60 on one year and 60 on the others. So it didn't pass. If it was 120 on one year, I think I would have had to pay somewhere along the line of the first 80 at 25, the next 40 roughly at like 40 something, with the brackets that we have around here. But yeah, because it was split in 2 years, it was 60 on one year and 60 on the other. And we're good with that. But nonetheless, that example is still true. The people that are willing to pay people are willing to pay people. And the people that are looking for quick creations, quick outputs, are going to go to an AI generation things. And as I mentioned before, it might be a very good tool for an ideation system where the client is going to an AI system and says, we have this vision. What do the median think? As I showcase, I'm gonna go back there because it's making a lot of sense, and it's helping a ton of people to also understand how you can use it. With that client, which is a branding client, right? Having like an understanding of what the median and the AI vision of the brand in question could be has been helpful because we generated these things. We said, um, let me install that next time. We said, okay, cool. So this is something that ChatGPT did. We have this, and we have these. What are the vibe, knowing that this is the median most expected based on the brief that we have? Is this a direction, like is that something that resonates with us, or do we want to stand out more? And we decided to stand out more because obviously that's always the goal. But at least with these generations that are like, again, not that bad for AI generation and branding stuff, the product was Mima, yes. We saw this and we were like, cool. So we understand we have something that are like in alignment with us, like the handwriting things, the color scheme that we had here was really appreciated. This was hated a lot. I personally like this one a lot, so I tried to recreate it. Didn't really work. And then we tried to do a bit more experimentation with one of them just to check if that was like an option. And it wasn't vibing with us, and we said, well, that's good to know that this is the direction in which an AI model would go for this system. We are in an agreement with some of these things, but most of them not really. And then these are not AI generated; these are just like references. And from there, we moved on to something that is kind of not kind of, but like very much uh, different, I guess. Like that's the thing that we took. And so the background here is one of the AI generated images that are floating on the internet. So we're using them, but then the logo itself and the outputs and the vibes that we wanted to have inside of this is like human made and generated because it's just like, yeah, it makes a lot more sense to have something that is human generated for something like this, which is a social platform for humans that is doing things or saying things against AI here and there. Um, it did make sense. So, like that was I just saw something here. I made a mistake. Um, that was a useful thing, again, to use AI in the beginning to give us an idea of what the median would be and then go in another way. Like go somewhere else and make sure that we are not like following the AI median because it's just like not the vibe that we wanted to have. Going back to this one, I at some point wanted to go in that direction. And with that client, because we kind of know each other now, we've been working together multiple times. I knew that they would be okay with this, and they would probably like it, and they did. They did like it. They did like the concept and the idea and the animation that we have right there because it makes sense for the project. It makes sense for the vision. It makes sense for everything, and it might be something that we will go toward in like a year and a half or 2 years. But you know, that would have been an amazing branding. Anyways, um, a client might pick one of these AI drafts and would end up just refining it. Yes, the amount of work that needs to go into refining is crazy. I'm not gonna lie on that as well because then it's like either it's not as well either because the font that is here is not Satoshi and uh, the the M itself is not necessarily coming from like a font itself. So I would have had to and make it, which is fine. Like it doesn't make any sense to like, this is easy, so that's fine. But then there is also like a ton of things that don't make sense. Like this is not the same M. That's the app icon that was supposed to be used at the top, which is a different shape than this. Like there is a bit of a teeny tiny difference. And figuring out or creating these illustrations again with the same kind of vibe is going to take a lot longer than if I came up with these myself. Because figuring out exactly like the same font, the same thing, the main ID, the tweaks here and there that needs to happen is yeah, it's not really like I try to find this font, can't find it. we because it was one of the thing that they were like, yeah, I kind of like the vibe of this, but I don't know exactly if it's the vibe that we want to have. So I tried to find like the font itself. The closest that I could find is Nunito, which is okay, but it's not great. And yeah, that was a pain in the ass. So again, like you're gonna spend more time recreating than you could have just creating in the first place. And I would highly recommend if you are someone that is using AI for branding and other things, use it as a reference point of this is the median points, this is what other people are creating right now based on AI generated content. We want to obviously stand out and not be like one more copy of the same thing. So here is potential directions, and then if it's good, it's good. But yeah, like I would not recommend it. Like that's what I said to the client. I said, well, this is interesting to see where we stand. I don't think it's the vibe that we want to have. But if there is one that works with you, then that's fine with me. And the good thing as well, not again, I'm gonna take the capitalistic way here. If I have a client that to which I'm presenting something, they're like, oh yeah, I love this thing, and it's an AI generated thing, well, I had to work nothing. So I get it. I spent roughly 35 seconds typing a bit of text, sent it to ChatGPT, and then it spun out something, and the client was really loving it. Well, then I'm just gonna do the duplication and making sure that it works, and then that they have the assets that they wanted to have, and nonetheless, I'm getting paid. Like the fact that it took me 35 seconds to figure it out, that's on them. And then their brand is gonna just be AI generated brand, and that's on them. That's the thing that they liked. So at the end of the day, I'm just like, well, I'm the person that they are using to generate their branding. If that's exactly what they want, that's exactly what they want. Who am I to judge? The designer, yes. Boy, am I gonna complain about a 10K branding project that is taking me 35 seconds? Probably not. Probably not. You know, that's I'm probably not gonna complain. I don't think you can 100% get the few hours generating brandings and things uh through AI and then refining the prompts and so on. I don't do that. I don't care. It's just like either the brief from the clients inspire the generation to be good, or I'm moving on. Like I have all other thing to do. I have IDs as well. Like I'm getting paid to do the work. I'm gonna work, and specifically because it is the type of work that I love to do. So if it was something that, you know, I didn't care about or I wasn't really interested in, then maybe yeah. Also yes. But not really, but kind of, but yes. I get it. Um I don't refine things from AI generated content. That doesn't make any sense to me. It has never really made any sense to me. It's just refining the prompt, which is just a chat message, by the way, um, is not worth my time. Like if I couldn't articulate properly from the first message, it's either because I was lacking into like some information, or I'm a dumbass, which sometimes it happens, and I'm fine with it. But you know, like I'm probably gonna just ask something. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna ask a second time, or I'm gonna ask a fix. But that's about it. Like I'm not asking and then say, oh yeah, but we wanted this in that color, or we wanted this in this vibe, or whatever. Again, I'm getting paid for the work, so I'm gonna work because I like it. If I was one of these designers that just wants to make money, which is not my case, I'm still making money, but I that's not the point. Um, I uh, I would do that all the time. I would just use AI on a daily basis, but because I love the work. I love the thinking. I love the research. I love going on Pinterest and finding things. Like the amount of stuff that I have found that are related to the project in question, and you can see them on my all pin boards. Like in the beginning of that branding, we went into a matcha color scheme. So most of my stuff is gonna have like some matcha color scheme here and there. But then you can see some of the logo, some of the fonts, some of the research for the elements that we used within the branding, which are like roughly these squiggly lines. There is like a ton of them in there that just like inspired me to create the logo and do the the research and the analysis of the because the target is like younger people as Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I needed to understand like their vibe and what they wanted to do, and you know, like I went through this entire thing. We found things in there that are good but not great. In the sense that some of these branding concept that I'm seeing here is like it would be great for someone my age. Like this one would have been an amazing thing for someone that is 30 to 40 years old, roughly. Like that's the vibe that we have. This is the colors that we have, and it makes sense. But for the target audience that we have, which is closer to this, even though this is not exactly true, but this one was a great reference for us. This one was closer in terms of age range, the overall mood, and you know, like all of that made sense. We use this as a reference because it's like it's funnier, but it's also like more grown-ups than the regular ones. And then we have like other things that we take or took because again, Gen Alpha are just kids. So to understanding that kind of vibe, and that is when we saw this one as a reference, we were like, well, maybe the purple version that we have is something that will work a bit better. So let me just expand. And then the client had the opportunity to showcase this to potential users. And they showcased the green version, the purple version, the blue version, and the orange version of the same thing. And people were like, the purple version, there is no question. It's like that's the lavender color that we want to have. And after that, that's it. Like I don't have a say. Like the user is saying purple, and I'm gonna use purple. No questions. So, we went with something that is very much closer to that vibe. But even that's grown up type of thing. This is like older Gen Z. Not exactly the target that we had. But yeah. All of that is the thing. So if you are currently hungry and confused junior designer, that's a good thing. If you like making things for yourself, then make things, do the work, use the tools that you have at your disposals. If the tools in questions are AI generation things, then use that. If that's not the case, or if you have a client that requires handcrafting things, then use that as well. It's also good. It's also good, but it's just like you need to figure things out in ways that make sense to you and in ways that just like all good, and it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. At the end of the day, it's just a matter of who can do the work, I guess. So yeah. Again, closing thoughts on this, and then I need to go because I've been here longer than usual. Um, the human-generated, human-made tag badge on the creation is a good option. The fact that I'm mentioning that the apps that I have, even though made through AI generation with code, they don't have an AI system within them, is a positive point for some people. The fact that I've seen YouTube videos that have no AI, lo-fi music, 4 hours, titles, is a fact that this has an appeal. And the fact that, again, on Twitter, I'm seeing a lot of designers saying, this is a branding that I've made, no AI used, as well as a like a badge of honor, is an interesting thing. The one of the tweets that I made last week or 2 weeks ago is a chatbot at the bottom of a page that was saying chat with, I think, a name, parenthesis, a human. And that is probably going to happen a lot more, to just emphasize the fact that you are not chatting with an AI chatbot on the website. It's just like, we have humans that are there for customer service, and they're going to respond on the website and the chat. And that's why we hired them. So it's feasible. Going back to the 3D things and all of the other tools of AI is basically taking your jobs as a designer and so on. And the current movement of design is dead that Figma is trying to put in place is also a showcase that technically design is not dead. Design will always be there because design is not just pixels on the screen. The work of a designer is making sure that the thing is working, that it's smooth enough, that the experience is good. When we think about voice controls, that's a UI, that's a user interface. It's a voice interface, but it's a user interface, and you still have to design it in the sense that the tone of voice needs to be crafted, the type of replies, the interface in which things are with your hand gestures, if that happens, with your voice gestures, with the pitch accents, with things, is something that's going to be also very useful in for designers. So that's in there. It's still there. It's still going to be there. So design is not dead. You're still going to have a job. You just need to know that at some point the jobs in question is potentially going to be a bit different. You're going to need to use different types of tools, different types of interactions. There might be a time where you don't have anything visual anymore, and it just works differently. Everything is in code. I doubt it. But it can happen. It can happen. That's the that is the situation. Um, yeah, everything changes. Like the design that I used to do when I started in 2006 is not the same than the design that I'm doing today. And the tools that I had in 2006 compared to the tools that I have today are just not the same. And uh, you know, it's just tools changes, tool change, environment changes, culture is changing, behaviors from other humans is changing as well. People need to fix the AI shit as well. This is something like as we mentioned last week, I think, or on Monday, I forgot. The amount of time that we as people that are using like AI on a daily basis or are in contact with it on a daily basis or weekly basis, we have an eye for the things that these tools are generating. And we see it so instantly that it's like you didn't pay attention to the design, you didn't pay attention to the generation, the thing that came out of the product, and you just trusted it as good because you don't have any understanding of what is good and what is bad. And I'm seeing that on Reddit all the time. I wish I had um like some of them in the on my feed, but it's just like most of the time it's not. Um, but I'm seeing things and I'm like, this is crazy bad. Yeah, I don't like that. Like that's 100% no questions at AI generated output. Um, and the person that is like posting it is probably like happy with it. They they probably have generated things that are really good, and they enjoy it. This one is apparently AI generated as well. It's just like you can tell. And for some people this is good, for some people this is not. And for the people that like are fine with things like this, then at some point someone is going to need to come in and say, oh, you know what, let me just fix this for you. It's going to be fine. um it's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. Anyways, PSD sites, yeah, no, most like Flash, Dreamweaver in the beginning, um, and basically manual FTP for uploading the sites. It's the type of thing that I used to do with my dad. And again, my first work was business cards, and business cards were done um, with the thing that we had. And at that time, it was Photoshop. So I use Photoshop. That's what it is. Anyways, I need to go. I need to send you somewhere. I've been live for so long. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I know it's not long for most people, but for me, usual 3 hour streams, this is double the amount of time. So be happy with it. I know that Cat just came back, not came out, came back from far away, but they are doing some Genshin Impact, which is a bit different. Clark is live. I also see that Clark just started, by the way, which is a bit of a different thing. I think we haven't been on Cat Stream for a long time. It's not necessarily the same type of content, which is, I mean, it makes sense. It's Genshin stuff. It's way different vibes. We're not like chatting about AI most of the times, but I'm sending you there. That makes a lot of sense. Anyways, as always, thanks all for being here. If you enjoyed the stream and you haven't followed the channel, please do so. Please do so. That helps a lot. That helps a lot. But if you have a question and I'm not live during the weekend, for example, or on other days when I'm not streaming, join the Discord. So that is helpful. If you are someone that is living on the internet and you have a ton of links to share to other people, use Ban. It's pretty neat. I made it. And if you have a big ass collection of perfumes, use perfume. It's cool as well. It's cool as well. If you're learning Japanese, that's the thing. This is the only ads that I'm doing at the end of the stream because it makes sense. But I should be back on Monday if all goes well. I would have some potential news. Next week, I have the meeting or appointments with my neurologist so that we will know about my brain, if the brain is still working fine, which is it is. But we would have some news from that, and I think it's next week. I don't know. I forgot. That means the brain's not that good, but that's the thing. Lone Traveler, you won, and Stony, you are number 2. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. Anyways, as always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.